Hey, hail and welcome. It is time, after a little bit of a break, it is time to get back to Rogue Trader and continue the saga of the Von Valancius dynasty. So last time we went back to Footfall, took care of some unfinished business there, and now the plan is to go to a place we've already been to try and track down some of Atril, whatever the fuck her name is, Iliot. To track down some of Iliot's people up here at Forgotten Twins, and then from there, head up here to Langren's Belt and start exploring this region up here. Colonized Jan. So that's as far up as I've been. Maybe I should have taken care of these as well. Well. So anyway, yes, the plan is to go up this way, look for Iliot's people here, and then go up this way. I could chart a course directly there. I don't think that would be worth it. Maybe if I could chart a course directly here. That would save me like 1, 2, 3. So that would save me 2 jumps. Though, honestly, I think I'd rather save my navigator's insight. I think I'd go the quote-unquote long way. So let's jump to here. Lord Captain, I keep receiving reports about malfunctions among the various ship systems. This time we are dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal control failures were observed not only in individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. The tech priests are performing the rites of machine spirit pacification and remain convinced that the issues were caused by the spirit's obstinacy and defiance. Their reports claim the incidents remain well within the scope of expected performance parameters. Over the last few days, complaints about the malfunctional thermal control have dwindled, but the crew members have started whispering that our vessel is haunted. The tech priests' assurances that only the machine spirit's tempers are to blame are doing nothing to dissuade these ridiculous rumors. Alright, well, that could be worse. Though I see it's taking me to the bridge, so something is happening. Maybe a meeting with one of my senior officers? Come on, load faster, Pookie. You can do it. You can do it. Papa believes in you. Oh, I'm having a bath. What happens when I go to have a bath? Blood. Blood starts pouring into my bath. Okay, get out of the bath. Get out of the bath right now. Okay, maybe don't have a bath during warp transit. Maybe only have a bath when we're in real space. Oh, maybe it's not warp fuckery. Sourback! How could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue trader, in her own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers! Ah! The Master-at-Arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. I want an explanation, not vain self-chastisement. Put that weapon away and report. Sauerback hesitates for a moment before putting them all away. Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We've begun our search for the culprit and have set up investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your ladyship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship, and must be addressed promptly. One word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue trader. What genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. Genetic purges, that sounds unpleasant. You don't say. I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery. Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight? Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. Right? So while they whip themselves into a frenzy, could this have been an assassination attempt? Then they would have filled the bath with acid or poison instead. There are easier ways to kill someone than drowning them in blood, as foul as that blood may be. Cassius shudders. I beg to differ. Were something of this sort to happen to me, my heart would surely stop. Alright, what do you intend to do next? This one, every enforcer present gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head to the officer's deck at once, so that I may lead the investigation personally. That is precisely what Lady Theodora would have done. Entrust the matter to her faithful servants. However, I would still advise you to observe the Master-at-Arms at work, Lord Captain. It may prove enlightening. Should the Lord Captain wish to monitor the investigation, my people and I would consider it an honor. I am curious to see the Master-at-Arms in action. I will preside over the investigation. Of course, Lord Captain. I will arrange for an area befitting your status to be prepared on the officer's deck. Ooh, what a fun little side thing. I feel like if you're trying to just rush through the game, it would be annoying to have all these little side things constantly happen. But as someone who's just taking my time and just kind of immersing myself and enjoying it, I really enjoy that stuff keeps popping up like this. I enjoy that warp travel seems unpredictable and dangerous, as well it should. I will say, though, I am surprised because, honestly, I thought the blood appearing in my bath was just warp fuckery. Was just an effect of being in the warp. I think this is how I get to the officer's deck. Did they put anything in my journal? Ablution in blood. A brazen attempt upon the rogue trader's life took place in her own bath chamber. Someone filled the bathtub with blood. The culprit must be found. The rogue trader has seen fit to observe her enforcers at work and grace the investigation with her presence on the officer's deck. Yes. So let us go there. It'll probably ask me for a party when I go there, I'm expecting. Your ladyship. Alright, officer's deck it is, and it does indeed ask me for a party. Alright, who will I bring with me? I could kind of justify leaving Abelard, as I would leave him in charge of the bridge while I go deal with this, but I don't want to. Likewise, I want my tech priest at hand. I want my shooter. And since we're doing an investigation, I think Cassia and Idira will both be very helpful. Because they usually have good insights during conversations and stuff. For the underclasses, there is nothing but back-breaking labor in the gloom of the lower decks. Meanwhile, the rogue traders' officers and high-ranking servants enjoy the many luxuries the upper decks offer. The flagship's higher-ups receive the best food, clean water, and quality medicine. Sauerbeck barks at the officers gathered before you. Her ladyship, the rogue trader, has seen fit to honor us with her presence in order to monitor the course of the investigation. You are expected to perform your duties immaculately and report your every step to me. Should any of your actions bring shame to the enforcers, you will answer to me personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevri is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there is Captain Hrotko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. After carefully assessing the officers' bearing and their uniform, Abelard nods with satisfaction. Their drilling is good. Their service records are excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field. Alright, what are your findings thus far? We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We're still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. Okay. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation, as we speak. Hold on. Got a frog in my throat. Even taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. Sauerbeck almost purrs as she lists ways of making people suffer. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonder. An unfortunate necessity. Let us return to other matters. Indeed, Lord Captain, most unfortunate, says the Master-at-Arms, a bloodthirsty smirk stealing across her face. Yeah, I would love to abolish all such methods, but unfortunately, I do think they are needed, at least in the short term, to run the ship. Do you have any working theories? The mutants are plotting, Klein spits in disgust. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your ladyship with their plague. It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life, it was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hrotko is convinced that it was the work of Voidvir's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us, and of what. Very well, what do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we will be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. Yes, your ladyship, I am almost done with my report. As soon as it's ready, I will deliver it to you. Right, let us begin. While we wait for Klein to report back, please enjoy the refreshments that have been prepared for you, Lord Captain. Refreshments? Don't mind if I do. Oh, somebody's acting out. Heinrich Montag. Oh, I recognize that guy. A pair of enforcers with battered faces is escorting Infernus Master Heinrich Montag. His lip is busted, his knuckles are grazed and covered with blood, and there's a chewed-up glow stick between his teeth. One of the enforcers drones nasally. We apprehended him while he was trying to break through the detained rabble. Got into scuffle. We barely managed to restrain the troublemaker. He demanded an audience with you, Mr. Sauerback. The Master of Arms nods, and the enforcers release their prisoner. Heinrich adjusts his clothes and approaches confidently. What do your enforcers think they're doing, Jocasta? Why are you assaulting my people, denying them water like they're criminals? You've got teenagers and elderly folk here. They're all just ordinary workers. They've done nothing wrong. No, Heinrich. What do you think you're doing? Attacking my people? Chastising me in front of the Lord Captain? Get out before I have you charged. Heinrich looks up at you. Your Ladyship, I ask you please to protect your servants from this abuse. Well, I have to choose the iconic last path. That is the path I have set myself upon. Seize the beatings immediately. Those people are to be provided rations and water. I would not dare disobey your Ladyship's order, even one I disagree with. Thank you. We won't forget your mercy. I am trying to instill myself into the minds of my people as a merciful overlord. Heinrich gestures at a disheveled young woman and a short-haired girl in her teens. Both are dressed in utility coveralls and smeared with soot. Lord Captain, let me introduce my sister Nemi and my niece Mia. Ladies, you should thank the Lord Captain for helping you. Hello, Your Majesty. Thank you for the food and water, and for not letting them chop our hands off. That would have left us a little short-handed. Nice pun. Decent pun. Decent pun. A little obvious. I give it a 6.5 out of 10. Mia snorts and elbows Nemi in the ribs. It's your Ladyship.
Reactor online.
And don't make jokes when you're
Sensors
so terrible at them.
online.
Do you want the Lord Captain
Weapons
to change her mind
online.
and send you back?
All systems nominal.
Greetings, Jaegernaut. Welcome. Magenta smiles warmly. A feisty one, isn't she? She has the spirit of a true sister of battle. But when I look at her family, I'm glad she has someone to take care of her, and that the Emperor did not call her to serve him with weapons and fire as we do. Teophania, are your serfs literate? I could lend them a highly informative pamphlet on etiquette. Cassia glances at Nemi and Mia's grubby hands and wrinkles her nose. Then again, they would probably just burn it for warmth. Oh my god, I can deny rations and water to Nemi just based on her joke? Jesus Christ. How did they end up in the hands of the enforcers? My status as senior officer exempted me from being arrested, but that same privilege did not extend to them. They were taken, along with the rest of the clan. They were acting horribly. They were hitting people in the head and the ribs. They didn't care if someone fought back or not. Nemesis would never allow that. Mia elbows her again. Shush! If they hear his name, they'll get angry again. Nemesis, you say? I wonder who that is. Amy lowers her eyes with fear. No one. Just a hero from a tale my grandfather used to tell when I was little. That's enough, Nemi. Heinrich scowls disapprovingly. You're not a child anymore, so stop bothering people with those silly rhymes. Forgive my sister, Lord Captain. That was inappropriate. Abelayde sighs wearily. Nemesis, your ladyship, is a folk vigilante from Voidsman legends. Every few years, some hothead declares himself Nemesis. They always meet a sticky end, as do those foolish enough to believe in Nemesis' ravings. The seneschal levels a meaningful look at Nemi, who shrinks away. You have a fine family, Heinrich. Thank you, Lord Captain. They're all I live for, and thanks to you, the people most important to me are now safe. Oh, next event. Captain Klein snaps to attention. Identifying the victim had proven impossible. His face has been smashed in and his body badly maimed. There are too many wounds to determine the exact cause of death, but presumably he died after the killer slit his throat. That's how they drained his blood. No external signs of mutation were found. In other words, we have nothing. Klein, this isn't a report, it's a declaration of our incompetence before the Lord Captain. You will keep digging around inside that corpse until you have produced some results. Let's study their faces. Ginevra looks at Klein with sympathy. She clearly cares about him, but does not wish to trample on her comrade's honor with words of comfort. Hrotko regards Klein with a contemptuous smirk, while Klein scowls back at him. No external signs of mutation, you say? What about internal signs? Performing an autopsy was inadvisable due to the danger of contaminating the area with genetic aberration. You see a flash of genuine horror in Klein's eyes before his gaze turns glassy. Oh, wow, what happened? You have seen that look before in the eyes of other veterans. It's the expression of someone reliving painful memories that have left behind deep scars. Ooh, a PTSD flashback. They cannot hope to overcome such trauma on their own. They would need help, or a partner, or perhaps some strong emotional stimulus. Yeah, let's do this. It would seem I had an exaggerated opinion of this veteran's courage. He should get... No, actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. I've heard that Medicaid officers often perform autopsies in pairs. One cuts up the body, the other records the findings. You should get a partner, Klein. According to regulations, one enforcer is required for this duty. However, your ladyship's proposal is reasonable. Did you have someone specific in mind? Ginevra would be an excellent choice. You catch Ginevra's grateful look, then watch as she smiles encouragingly at Klein. Wow, I cannot into words today. Come on, Klein, you'd better teach the greenhorns how to carve up mutants. I'll grab us a pair of respirators to make sure we don't catch anything. Alright, that went well. At least I think that went well. Klein is up to his elbows in blood, his eyes flaring defiantly. I've examined the filth inside and out. Its innards are a genetic nightmare. It's a bag of corruption wrapped in human skin. Extra organs, scales, atrophied ingrown limbs. But that's not what's important. The body was disfigured posthumously. They killed the mutant with surgical precision before opening his throat and draining his blood. It wasn't until after the actual murder that they crushed his head and tried to cover up his wounds. The wounds were so brutal I almost missed his work tattoo. The victim was a pipe warden, and I found this in his throat. Klein presents a blood-stained raven feather. Is that one of the symbols of the blood-spun web? I don't think so. Alright, I am going to read this. However, we have ads about to start, which is good because I need to pee. So we are going to just take a short break to get that out of the way, and then we will be right back. Alright, we are back. So, Law Imperium succeeded. A certain legend springs to your mind, one involving Saint Kyrene, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Kyrene prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in the symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Interesting. Interesting. For what purpose was the corpse mutilated? Someone wanted to hide the cause of death. What I fail to understand is why they would then leave the body out in the open instead of disposing of it. Well, it's imperative that we find whoever mutilated the body. I concur. Would you like to give us specific instructions, Lord Captain? Hey, Nittler, welcome! One cannot disfigure a body like that and stay clean. Look for any blood-stained garments, rags, or the like. If the perpetrator was in a hurry to cover their tracks, they may not have had time to dispose of the soiled clothing. I thank your ladyship for your wise counsel. Remember Saint Kyrene. Could this be a sign? Vile mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone versed in the creed. Indeed. Now what about the tattoo? What do pipe wardens have to do with anything? The pipe wardens are a worker clan that services the ship's sewer systems. The tattoo indicates the worker's status and personal number. This one was SP-24601, Senior Pipe Warden. Very well. Klein, I wish to gift you a glass of Amasec for your good work. You look like you need it. Klein accepts the glass and downs it instantly. Evidently, he is in no state to savor the bouquet and taste of the fine drink you have offered him. All right, what is our next step? We should run the victim's identification number through the master worklog cogitator. If its machine spirit favors us, we will be able to narrow down the number of suspects. Ginevri, this is your arena. Nice pillage, Jägernaut. Sorry about losing one of your commanders. That is unfortunately what sometimes happens during war. Nittler is a level 12 ninja today. Nice. I want a class 2. I am a level 18 oracle. Ooh. Ginevri approaches you, followed by a dignified woman in crimson robes. Allow me to introduce the esteemed tech priest, Androveta Phi. She believes she has the right to obstruct the investigation and refused to grant the enforcers access to the master cogitator. Maybe Pascal might have something to say here. The tech priest lets out an indignant binary trill. I request that the laywoman's willful activities be halted. She intends to torment the machine spirit of the master worklog cogitator Iota 3B. The venerable spirit is ill and in no disposition to endure such abuse. What is the problem with the machine spirit? The spirit is old and quick to anger. It therefore calls for a sensitive approach, not a torturous intrusion by a brutish laywoman. Since the start of this watch, the spirit has been unwell, so we have been trying to soothe its woes by applying sacred unguents and sensing the great machine's boards. The dogma of data recuperative quarantine prohibits any disturbances to blessed machines found to be in such a state. When I am old and cantankerous, I'll demand aromatic unguents and a hookah to fumigate my sacred lungs too. Then again, why wait? Well, what exactly does this data recuperative dogma prescribe? Let no profane hand touch the sacred machine stricken. Let the mechanism be shielded from all worldly troubles by a veil of righteous litany, and let its shrine be thricely honored till the malady is no more. Judging by Ginevra's expression, she would rather have her profane hands touch Androveta Phi's neck. I could get Pascal to do it. So, Pascal, how profane would you say your hands are?
I am a Magus Explorator, and this vessel's Enginseer Prime. The profanity of this unit's hands, as well as the rest of its limbs, organs, and augmetics, is null.
If the honored Magus supervises the laywoman's tactful interaction with the spirit, I will sanction this disturbance.
Always bring your tech priest.
Tech priest Androveta Phi. Raising her hands high, Androveta Phi wails, Omnissiah, preserve us! The Great Spirit was infected by a layperson! That is the culprit you should be searching for, not some pipe warden. Sacrilege! I need an explanation.
Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege resulting in a Category Epsilon Quadro transgressive scenario. Requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expiative disposal.
Here's someone who speaks English. We've discovered that the cogitator's malfunctions began after an unauthorized attempt to access it was made. Someone deliberately angered the machine spirit in order to bury the work logs. Thankfully, the esteemed tech priest was able to appease the spirit and extract the information we needed. The victim's name was Otto. On the day he died, he was servicing valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's bath chamber. He also had a partner who has yet to appear for duty since the incident occurred. We have a suspect.
Did the murderer get to the cogitator too?
Impossible. Since the start of the watch, this area has been used as the center of operations. No rabble could have slipped by untouched. Moreover, a common pipe warden wouldn't know how to commune with a machine spirit. The murderer had help. Well, who is the partner? Senior Pipe Warden Guidon, number SP26855, an 8th generation pipe warden. No registered infractions, excellent discipline, perfect work record. An exemplary servant of the Imperium. Master-at-Arms, how do you propose we find our new suspect? Before Sauerback can respond, Hrotko cuts in. Your Ladyship, there was a man named Guidon among the rabble waiting to be interrogated. He immediately struck me as suspicious. Please allow me to question the man in your presence. That seems reasonable. Sauerback narrows her eyes, but all she says is, Bring him in, now. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. Start talking, you miserable wretch! You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Rotko grabs the worker by the lapels. Whedon's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum! Whedon yells, baring what remains of his teeth. Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. He bursts into a fit of hysterical, theatrical cackling. This seems put on. This seems fake. His words. He's trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and grey. What does he hope to accomplish with this?
He has admitted to everything, the vermin. I have insisted time and time again that assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voigtvir's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. Rotko casts a sharp look at Sauerback. Let's assess the reaction. Rotko looks proud and self-important. Ginevri is biting her nail as if hesitant to say anything. Sauerback is observing the worker in silence, apparently sunk deep into thought. Meanwhile, Klein merely stands still with a distrustful grimace on his face. Other than Rotko, no one here seems to believe that you are looking at the real culprit. Does the Master-at-Arms not find it strange that the suspect is so eager to paint himself as a heretic, and in such a preposterous fashion, no less? I agree, Lord Captain, Sauerback growls at the worker. I want the truth. Who are you, and who told you to give us this pathetic confession? The man blanches and starts bawling. He gives up on his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of a common worker. Oh, forgive me, your ladyship. I'm not Guidon. I'm not a heretic. Yart's me name. I'm a laundryman. Please have mercy. They took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw them out the airlock if I didn't confess. She made me draw these unholy marks on myself. Abelard casts a significant glance in Sauerback's direction. Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Mistress Sauerback, but this is ridiculous. What enforcer? Give me her name. Ginevri. Her name was Ginevri. What? I swear, I've not... Ginevri? The steely edge in Sauerback's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Guidon myself. Lord Captain, would you have us execute this demon worshipper? Rogue Trader's a hell of a story. It is! I am enjoying it very much. Kelly Mallory, welcome to the stream. I love how these little side stories keep popping up and adding to the thickly weaved tapestry of the narrative. Want some gameplay tips? Sure. I might not use them, but sure, why not? Hold on. He's lied to us more than once, and maybe he's lying to us still. Ginevri, do you have anything to say? Choices you pick have over influence. Yeah. That I know. I have never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this. And yet he knows your name and pointed you out right away. Do you not find that funny? And do you not find it funny that your head is always up your ass, Rotko? It's obvious that someone framed her. Cease this bickering. Sauerback's snarl forces the officers to back down. Lord Captain, what we have here is a liar, and a well-coached one at that. He will never confess on his own. What do you suggest we do? NPCs listen, even if they have nothing to do with the conversation. Change how they see you. Nice. That seems well designed. We need to change our approach. Bandage his wounds and give him food. Talk to him gently and with kindness. A vein swells on Sourback's temple. Should we also grant him a pleasure palace in the spires of Dagonis while we're at it? Lord Captain, I doubt you'll get the results you desire, but we will do everything within our power. What do you want us to do with him when we're done? Spare the man. Wash off those heretical symbols and let him rejoin his family. It will be done. There's no cause for alarm, Lord Captain. This conspirator may have been fake, but now is only a matter of time before we find the real culprit. We have the Pipe Warden's names and identification numbers, and we know which clan they're from. We will keep pressing the riffraff until either the culprit confesses or someone turns him in. I will handle this. The Master-at-Arms pointedly grips the maul on her belt. Please enjoy your meal in the interim, Lord Captain. The scoundrel will appear before us soon enough. Lord Captain, the real Pipe Warden Guidon has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Guidon himself? Yes, you can start by reporting on the results of the additional investigative effort. Absolutely, Lord Captain. Your insightful suggestion helped the enforcers to locate the evidence. In fact, we found a bloody synth coat in one of the vents. A standard issue included in every enforcer outfit on the ship. The interrogation of the detainee yacht had to be suspended. He seems to have gone mad. He just keeps mumbling that it was Ginevri who set him up to lie, and that he must therefore be set free. I doubt we'll get anything further out of him, be it with cruelty, kindness, or holy prayer. This concludes my report. Well, another thing, when you level, rather think about leveling the team, not the individual. Endgame, you really need a well-working team. Well, I'm not playing on a very high difficulty, so... But I am trying to create some synergies. Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly. Let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation, and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool. One who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Sourback glowers at Ginevri. She pales with fear. Who was guarding the body? It was Ginevri. Klein reluctantly nods at his fellow enforcer. I relieved her when I came up to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor under Sourback's piercing gaze. The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I could not get the names of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later. A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcers in this room to present their coats. The rustle of synthetic fabric fills the room. All the enforcers show their coats, except Hrotko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness. Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues. Like blood mixed with umber, it looks vile. I love having her on hand for investigations. Who had access to the work log cogitator? The tech priest did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the enforcer's investigation. Ginevri, were you there the entire time? Yes, ma'am, since the start of the watch. I went there right after I handed the body over to Klein. The only time I stepped away was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand, but I was only gone for a few minutes. Very convenient. A missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations. Protko drums his fingers on a holster on his belt, where his own data slate sits tightly nestled. I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty. Suspect Yard claims you coerced him into lying about himself, Ginevri. What do you have to say for yourself? I may have conducted his preliminary interrogation, like so many others. Protko requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear there is no truth to these accusations against me. I have never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this. The transcript says you conducted Yard's interrogation alone. Why is that? Because I can handle a single laundryman. Ginevri raises her chin proudly. Protko, this is all you're doing, is it not? Sauerbeck draws her auto-pistol and points it at Protko, who appears entirely unperturbed. I will give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. You sabotaged the investigation. Why? Is it not obvious? Protko smugly arches an eyebrow. To expose the conspiracy myself and prove your incompetence to her ladyship. To take the place I actually deserve. For years I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead, they give the promotion to you, a self-serving sourback nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent. When this crime occurred, I realized it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Guidon. Had I found him in time, your position would have already been mine, Jocasta. Simply listen to yourself, and you will understand why they made me Master-at-Arms. Lord Captain, I request permission to dispose of this refuse personally. And why were you trying to frame Ginevri? A backup plan. You always need someone to blame if you make a mistake. Protko's voice sounds calm, even casual. I could have framed Klein, but that young upstart was already galloping through the ranks too fast and was clearly aiming for my station. Besides, she and her thick-witted subordinates were always right where I wanted them to be. You do not seem to fear punishment. With all due respect to your ladyship, I am an enforcer. I have looked death in the eye, and I will accept your judgment with dignity. There is no bravado in Protko's words, just a dry statement of fact. Were you really hoping you could deceive the Master-at-Arms and me? Your dismissive tone makes Protko flinch with indignation. I had every chance, but you were shrewder than I expected. My little trick with the body did work. You still don't know who was behind it all, but I have already figured it out. I hid Guidon from you by damaging the cogitator and delivering you a fake, an idiot willing to incriminate himself out of fear. I even prepared a contingency plan in case he cracks by making sure he would blame someone else. Yes, there were a couple of slip-ups, but you must admit it was a solid attempt overall. Okay, I am not going to go the iconoclast for this one, because clearly this man deserves a promotion. You are a liar and a blackguard, but I commend you for your intelligence. I have no need of such enforcers, but I could use another spy. You will sow confusion among my rivals for the good of the dynasty. Protko's lips stretch into a thin smile. Thank you for your high praise. I am grateful to have had this opportunity to prove my usefulness to you, albeit under unusual circumstances. Frotko remains unfailingly polite and completely ignores the seething Sauerback. That takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the Pipe Warden. Senior Pipe Warden Guidon. The Pipe Warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Guidon, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I am ready to confess to everything. You are the real Pipe Warden Guidon, are you not? I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. A Pipe Warden's craft is hard work but necessary. My number is SP26855. My work partner was the late Otto, number SP24601. I oversee the water supply systems on the upper decks, Sector A3, K8, and R2. This includes Valve 27B. There can be no mistake. I have verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the servant of death commanded me. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your ladyship should be bathed in the blood of poor Otto, my partner. And I was scared, so I obeyed. I guess I should have brought Kibella to this. The first spinner. Are you talking about the vizier of the blood-spun web? Yes, that's him. He leads the death cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. With an acerbic smile, Heinrich blows a stream of smoke in Sauerback's direction. What a shocking turn of events, Jocasta! The Inferni are innocent. Who could have seen that coming? Could it be that you were wrong to brutalize and humiliate my people? Do not expect an apology from me. I was doing my duty. You can play the victim all you want, but I haven't forgotten the circumstances under which your blasted clan came to be on this ship. Consider every strike upon your backs a reminder of that event. What is the meaning of the Master-at-Arms' words about your clan, Heinrich? It's a story of days long past, one that Mistress Sauerback greatly enjoys reminiscing about as if she was there herself. My ancestors committed a trespass against your ancestor, and were made Inferni as punishment. I'll be sure to tell you the tale some other time. I must concede as much, Lord Captain. The story can wait. We should first find out why the blood-spun web thought to bathe you in repugnant blood. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Otto and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then, a servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did. Whom do you mean by this servant of death? A holy slayer in black and crimson and bone, feared by all. They're quiet and merciless as death itself. They come from the shadows to kill because the Emperor commands them so. I really wish I'd had Kibella here for this. You've already met the servants of the Bloodspun Web, Lord Captain. The grim procession is not on the upper decks soon will forget. All right, summon the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will, Lord Captain. Your Ladyship, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it, but here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes, and I use them a lot better than all this people business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can still smell the rust in metal, though not much in people's thoughts. Well, I want to cooperate with the cult, so... You acted as a true servant of the Emperor would. I will have you provided with the best ocular implants for your work. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, your ladyship. I will serve you faithfully, and I'll never forget your mercy. The Vizier of the Blood-spun Web treads lightly and silently, as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly, Domin Theophania willed to see me, and so I have come. I will nod respectfully. I have summoned you to discuss the actions of your apprentices. Vizier responds in an equally respectful manner. Let their deeds be weighed. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on her ladyship by means of pouring unholy blood into her bath. This affront, the old man's murmur, drowns out Sauerback's relentless voice. Domin Theophania knows the truth. So it was done, for so I did will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. From my hands to divine, unsullied martyrs offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smouldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean staining the bays, reaching for the anointed Lady of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me, bathe the Domin in the blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous for his will shield the Domin and strengthen her body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed. Do you claim that you did it because the God Emperor willed so? I speak, move, and draw breath because he wills so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death that gifts and takes, nor in my living existence. The man you killed, who was he? I know not. I heard only the name, and I knew he must go. He listens to the empty space above his shoulder and nods. Yes, we need no more knowledge than that. When you say the roiling unclean, what do you mean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid water in old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive. Master-at-Arms, are you convinced we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your ladyship. Sauerback makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. God Emperor, I thank thee for protecting us, even though there are instruments of your protection whose purity and holiness I may never understand. Could it be a coincidence that the victim of the ritual was a genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you can tell by their faint smiles that they find the very idea of doubting the Emperor's providence absurd. The cult of the Bloodspun Web will face no persecution for their deed. The Vizier freezes, listening to silence, then nods to nothing. Yes, I will tell her. He turns his stone-shot eyes to you once more. We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful. Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair. Let the Bloodspun Web find the mutants breeding on my ship. But no spinner or brave warrior from the Domin Circle can find the roots of the unclean, where it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature.
Only its thoughts are never human.
Vice. Anxious silence falls the moment Sauerback says this one word. She narrows her eyes. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well, let Vice find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about it. Eddie Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth creak and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey. How can the choir master of the astropaths be of use to us? The esteemed Zachary Weiss can perform the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual as rare as it is dangerous, and only someone as versed as Master Weiss can accomplish such a feat. Has he done something like that before? Once, Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board, who apparently had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Oh, interesting. I wonder if Heinrichs would have had something to say if he'd been here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems not everyone here is eager to leave this matter to Master Weiss. I would say the one least eager will be Master Weiss himself. Last time, his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. Not to put too fine a point on it, Weiss nearly destroyed the ship back then. Incidentally, he had given us multiple warnings that it could happen. Lady Theodora ignored him, and we reaped the results. Oh, why do I get the feeling that I know what will happen next? I didn't see the ritual. Weiss kicked me out, but the echoes of it that reached the decks were enough to scare me shitless. Weiss is a mighty old grox, but his head is a mess. And I mean the bad kind of a mess, the astropathic kind. I say we think twice before we risk having whatever lives inside his head crawl out. Idira, can't you perform the ritual? The Vizier listens intently, not to the words of anyone present, but rather to someone invisible and inaudible. I hear you, yes. The witch is weak. Death whispers of many names that it will claim if she is allowed. Names whose time to be erased is not now. I am not weak. Lady Theodora didn't keep weaklings around, and neither does the Lord Captain. But a telepathic ritual of that scale really would be too big a bite for me on my own. If it's listening to the whispers from behind the door, or frying someone with lightning, that I can do. But looking for mutants by following the trail of their unclean little thoughts, that takes a special kind of learning. That's fair. I wonder if I could offer to do it myself if I was playing as a telepathic psyker. It wouldn't surprise me for the game to have that. That is all, Master-at-Arms. Your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers while you consult Choir Master Weiss, Lord Captain. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have him perform the ritual. I'm going to have the investigation carried on by conventional means. I do not want to fuck with the warp, 'cause the warp is big and scary. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go talk to Weiss. He's going to recommend we don't do it, and then we're going to take his recommendation and not do it. That's what I'm thinking. Astropathic Chapel. Where is that? Oh, it's way back there. Okay. Keep the same party.
Victory awaits!
Choir Master Weiss turns toward you long before you reach him. A chill runs down your spine, as if someone were watching you from inside your own being. Should never is the correct. Yeah, I know, I get it. You summon your will and drive out the unpleasant sensation. The choir master smiles sadly. You shroud your mind well, your ladyship, and yet I can guess why you have come. With all due respect, I am asking you to reconsider. So you would rather not take part in the search for mutineers? It is my wish to be useful to your ladyship, but what you have come for will put the ship in peril. A ritual of this kind can, and certainly will, go the worst way possible. Your predecessor came to me with the same orders once. Nothing good came of it. Please believe me, Lord Captain, when I say a mountain of corpses was the least of the problems we faced that time. So you say you've performed the ritual before for Theodora. Many years ago, it was a time when Lady Theodora had become anxious. Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor's interest in her affairs adversely affected her, shall we say, trust in her own subjects. She was expecting a betrayal, and eventually her paranoia brought her to me. I performed the ritual, but the choir ceased to exist. I remember that day, Lord Captain. When we arrived at the chapel, there was blood and human remains everywhere, but that was the least of the terrifying things we saw there. What is the nature of this ritual? It takes the entire choir's power to invade such a prodigious number of minds at once. I weave their voices into a chord and steer it into the murky sea of other people's souls. Together, we read tens of thousands of thoughts, emotions, and intents, looking for the thing we're after. The seed of corruption you are interested in. Alright, why are you so worried about the ritual? Lord Captain, do you know the proverb about staring too long into the abyss? What you are asking for is tantamount to plunging the entire choir into that abyss. A ritual like that will require incredible focus from each of its participants. It will take a single careless thought, a single glance in the wrong direction, for the way back to be lost. Human minds fusing into one another, vitrified organs inside still living bodies, perverse fantasies manifesting in the flesh. Nothing will stop the horrors of the warp from spreading all over the ship in the blink of an eye. And even if I agreed, it would be impossible. I would need a second powerful telepath as a defender to shield my mind. The last time, my best apprentice, Adeline, did that, but she is no longer with us. She was exceptionally talented, rivaling even myself. Now I know of only one Psyker in the entire expanse who is her equal, but she is bound to the service of one of House Winterscale's planetary governors, and thus unavailable to us, which makes your dangerous enterprise an impossibility. How bad was it? Worse than you can imagine, your ladyship. It only took a fraction of a second lingering inside another mind for one of the astropaths to lose control of their own. The affliction spread down the chain like fire. No one was spared. The minds of my charges could not withstand the tension. Their consciousness were caught in a vortex of alien thoughts. The fortunate ones died at once. As for the rest, Magenta makes the sign of the Aquila. Protect the souls of the stricken and take them under your wing, that your faithful servants may find peace. How did you survive? I managed to send out a call for help and did my best to contain the phantoms of my own before Lady Theodora arrived. I was the only survivor out of the entire choir. Her ladyship allowed me to spend a month in a secluded cell upon whose floor and wall I drew the most powerful protective hexagrams I knew. I was crushed. I was broken. And worst of all, I was afraid. Afraid of meeting the same fate as Adeline and my other apprentices. An astropath must never be afraid, your ladyship. One who yields to fear dies and dooms those around them. How did you replenish the choir? Lady Theodora bombarded the Adeptus Administratum for months with requests to provide her a new astropathic choir. In the end, new voices did fill the chapel. They were never told what happened to the previous choir, but they have inklings, and I pray to the God Emperor that they never find out the details of that tragedy. Fear is the mind killer. Yeah, in this case, literally. The important thing I'm interested to know is, was the ritual successful that time? Did you find what you were looking for? The choirmaster cowers as if cornered. I did find it, but the price! The price! Yes, Lady Theodora got the names she wanted, but was it worth it? The tragedy has remained a secret hidden within the chapel, but we were a hair's breadth away from it becoming an epitaph inscribed on the ship's remains. It's fair to say my predecessor was being herself there. Please, Lord Captain, learn from her mistakes instead of committing your own. I see. That's the harsh truth, your ladyship. It must not be done. I'm reluctant to risk my life for this ritual, and the search for the rebels has become quite tiresome as well. Lines on Weiss's brow disappear. Thank you, your ladyship. I realize that this ritual may be your only chance of finding the mutineers, but is their plot so threatening as to risk dooming the entire vessel? I do not think so. Blood begins to seep out of the corners of Idira's eyes. Oh no. The poison of the undiscovered mystery is eating away at the steel insides and the lifeblood that courses within them. Within kindred flesh lurks a strange mind, waiting for its prey to fall asleep. What is tomorrow worth, O child of humanity? Rouse the slumbering trouble and find out, or else carry on in ignorance until you lose yourself. As she regains her senses, Idira inhales sharply and glances sideways at you. Do think it over, Lord Captain. We're on the verge of letting the last thread slip from our hands. And if my little voice's whispers are anything to go by, without the ritual, things will get very bad. Damn. Damn. Internal strife and lurking enemies stole my home from me. Despite her efforts to hide it, you notice a slight tremble in the Lady Navigator's voice. If that ritual can uncover the threat, then we must act on it. Better to accept the imminent casualties as a necessary sacrifice than lose everything altogether. I really don't want to do this ritual. I really don't want to perform this ritual, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to waste any more time or effort trying to find the mutineers. To the void with this investigation. I have enough to deal with as is. Weiss bows solemnly. As you will, your ladyship. By your leave, I will return to my duties. Quest failed. I didn't fail it, I just didn't resolve it in the manner the quest wanted me to. Alright, so before we go any further, let me just level up these two. Let's see. You get an ability and a skill. Alright, ability. Don't care. Dashes to their familiar. No. Safety save? Yeah, I'll save after this. Before we go do anything else. Now where is his signal? Oh, that's to have the Servo Skull Swarm tank, but it's not very tanky. But it does make it a little bit more tanky.
It's not a lot, though. I like the Medicaid signal better. Provocation signal, strategic adaptation. Nah. Use the tabs above the skills. Oh, these? Yeah, I guess I could do that. But, I've kind of gotten used to the order they're in. Does a witch call her servant when it got lost in a new place? Unfamiliar? Nice. Decent pun, Sandstail. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh, that's pretty good. Single AP. I might grab that. Ooh, that's really good too, though. That's really good too. Man, these are really good. It's Friday on a Thursday. Ooh, long weekend. Nice. Got any plans for it? I think we're gonna go for Mend Reality. And then for a skill, I think we're gonna keep pumping Warp Longer. Now for Idira. He gets a talent, stat, skill, and an ability. Okay. So talent. Our assassin talent. I think I would rather go for psycho talent mainly. Maybe not. Plan. Definitely not. Alright, let's look at the assassin stuff then. It's authority chance to deal. Okay. Let's take professional acumen. Let's give her more willpower. Give her more lower warp. Now you might be thinking, why am I pumping lower warp on both of these? It's because I rarely... For one thing, it's because I rarely field them at the same time, and the second is, it's just what makes sense from a role-playing point of view. Well, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Dominate. Oh yeah, that's the one that's not as good as it sounds. Just makes them move towards her. We don't want to open up any new psychic disciplines. Give her elusive shadows, I think. There we go.
unhealthy consumption, and video games. Sounds like a hell of a weekend. Any particular game you're looking forward to playing?
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, position was here. Go back to the bridge. Laws of party balance states 2 wizards in one party is only acceptable in a 10-person party system. Yeah, it's that, but it's also more that I really like Cassia, and I honestly don't like Idera that much. And also level them totally differently. Yeah, I am leveling them totally differently. I'm just, the one thing that's a uniform between them is that on both of them I am pumping their lore warp skill. They are kind of my skill monkeys for having lore about warp. Deer is funny, but a cause of problems. Honestly, I just don't think her gameplay is super fun. Like, I just don't really like her abilities in combat that much. She's not... It's not that she's bad, it's just that I like every other character more. Anyway, let's continue on our journey. But ads are about to start, so I am going to take a break, go use the bathroom, grab myself another monster, and then when I come back from that, we will travel further into the Coronis Expanse. So don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Thank you for your patience. And cheers. Psychatic! Hello there, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good week.
You gotta unleash the beast with monster energy.
You have a Jurassic Park shirt and grey hoodie form? Nice. I recently got some hoodies. I didn't get a Jurassic Park one, but that does sound like a decent design for a hoodie as well. Alright. So really all we've done so far in an hour and a half of stream is do one warp jump. So let's keep going. We're trying to get here to Forgotten Twins. Ooh, Colony Janus has begun a new stage of development. Let's have a look at that. Your Ladyship, there are alarming reports coming from Janus. A number of strange mutations have been spotted among the population in remote agri-complexes. Aside from the obvious disfigurement and the subsequent estrangement, these mutants, called wretches by the rest of the colonists, are coming together to practice a primitive form of religion involving ritual worship of the land. That sounds like heresy. While they display no disobedience or hostility, their very existence is concerning. The members of the Magus Biologus, you tasked with healing Janus, have found the mutation to be missing from the catalogue and recommend studying it and eradicating it immediately afterward. Wore it as your costume for Halloween one year? Some khaki pants, steel-toed boots. Made as one of the... Oh, nice! Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's the thing about Jurassic Park merchandise. Because Jurassic Park in-universe is a theme park, any Jurassic Park merchandise is kind of diegetic in that it could also in-universe be Jurassic Park merchandise. I was actually thinking about that just earlier today when I put this on. Janus nobility awaits your decision. Burn it to the ground. No, I'll let the Adeptus Mechanicus study them. What do we know about these wretches? Their mutations cause the loss of skin pigment and the shedding of hair. Some have started developing a translucent third eyelid similar to that of reptiles. Others have succumbed to progressive atrophy of the larynx, causing the loss of human speech. At the same time, their tendons become denser and more elastic, providing increased endurance and load resistance. Study them to make different flavored corpse starch. Corpse starch, now available in Wretch. The wretches are commonly ostracized due to their grotesque appearance. There haven't been too many cases of mob justice yet, but they will become commonplace after the mutation's deformities become more obvious. The wretches tend to form groups with similarly afflicted people. Their average level of intellect is low. They all belong to the labor caste. Sorry, my nose is itchy as fuck. And communicate among themselves using a primitive vernacular of their own invention. As for their barbaric religion, they are deifying both the soil and Janus itself. To them, working in agri-complexes is a form of worship, which has had a positive impact on productivity. Ooh, positive impact on productivity. Ah. I'm kind of considering letting them live just to use them as workers. Does that make me a bad person? I think that makes me a bad person. Alright, let's hear what the advisors have to say. Oh yeah! Makes sense that Iliad would have something to say here. I saw your agent's picked recordings. The signs these monkey leave behind, their idols. And I cannot deny a connection, though a pathetic and extremely abstract one, to the symbols of my people. Their guttural prayers echo the sounds of the children of Asurion's speech. The probability of them having come into such close contact with our civilization is non-existent, yet they are still somehow connected. Protect these people, resettle them to distant abodes where they will not be harmed for their peculiarities, and keep watch. Someday the truth may be revealed. If Heinrichs finds out about this, he will be furious if I don't wipe them out. I mean, he was pissed enough already that I allowed Iliad into the party. Be on a shitstorm. He really will. Makes you on par with some of the less anti-Geneva Convention parties? Yeah. The blessed sanction of the Imperium does not grace these mutants, but nor does it declare their existence anathema. Should we sentence them without further study? There are mutants whose existence is fully sanctioned, such as Ogrins, Ratlings, Pariahs, Pelagers, Felinids, or Troths. Our library had many treatises on the Genitor's craft, and I could impart some of that knowledge to your servants. Purely theoretical, of course. At least you're not sacrificing them to chaos yet. That will be a different playthrough. It will happen, but on a different playthrough. That, I think, will be my third playthrough. This mutation has not been properly studied and is missing from the catalogue. I am not registering a basis for delaying the commencement of immediate genetic purification. I recommend launching a thorough investigation into the genetic makeup of this forbidden strain. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Take the required number of these wretches for study, and then let the others work. Cassia, please share your knowledge of the Genitor's craft with my servants. I hope my house will not judge me for this. The wretches continue to toil arduously for the good of Janus. However, the leniency shown to the mutants may lead to dangerous consequences. The rogue trader's servants graciously accepted information on the mysterious genitor arts from Lady Navigator Cassia's own hands. They started an inquest to discover the nature of the mutant strain. The wretch's twisted flesh revealed its secrets on the autopsy table. And we completed Sophocracy. More efficiency, more security. Gain some provisions and some chemicals. And we can start the next project. Can I start a project in Foulstone, or is something already ongoing? I honestly can't tell. Oh, it looks like I can start something here as well. Alright. So what are my options on Janus? We've initiated a Sophocracy. And now the only project I can start is a cure for sloth. Why can I not start the others? Do I not have... Don't have the necessary... Don't have the rep, don't have the rep, don't have the rep, don't have the mechanisms, don't have the rep. Okay. Cure for sloth. Spend 3 chemicals, of which I have 8, and 1 people, of which I have 6. Since the grimy masses are so lazy, a wise lord will add substances to their daily communion that ensure obedience and diligence. Once purified and distilled, these truly miraculous plant-based chemicals will make a commoner forget their fatigue and their purposeless pastimes. And once their body is burned out and withered, they will simply be replaced with a new worker. Jesus fucking Christ. That's kind of evil. However, all allies gain +5 athletics and suffer 10% less toxic damage. It will push me a little bit towards heretical, which I am feeling good about. Because I was all the while saying that while I am primarily going iconoclast, I do want to flirt with heretical on the side. And +2 efficiency and +2 complacency sounds very good. So yes, let's do that. Then let's have a look at Foulstone, which is very complacent, but not very efficient, not very secure. I can do a couple of things. I can do Touched by Holiness, which cost me 3 profit factor, but it makes the Drusians like me. Or I can do 1,000-faced relics. The monks demand a great work. Thousands of faithful with skin entirely covered in scars in the form of lines from scripture about Saint Cognatius. Cost 1 chemical, 3 people, and 1 promethium. How much promethium do I have? I have 3. That will also give rep with the Drusians. It will make me more dogmatic, but it will also make the planet more complacent and more efficient. So let's do that. And then we save. And then we carry out our next warp jump. The Master-at-Arms reports a disturbance in the Foundry Bay. A certain Nemesite, an avenging figure beloved by lower-deck rabble, shot the Commandant during a routine medical supply delivery and called on the vessel's serfs to fight for a better life. The rabble immediately plundered the medical storehouse and proceeded to smash other supply stations, slaughtering officers as they went. Nemesite has escaped, and the situation on the deck is increasingly spinning out of control. The Master-at-Arms asks permission to employ the harshest possible treatment, not simply to restore order, but to avenge the dead Commandant as well as the fallen enforcers. Discover the details of the Commandant's murder. Nemesite's reason for the attack had to do with the widow of a respected foreman. She had delayed the queue by begging to be given medicine for her afflicted children, which the Commandant refused because her request exceeded the expenditure quota. The widow persisted and was given 10 lashes on the spot. That was when Nemesite fired the fatal shot that set off a mutiny in the compartment. Okay, learn more about Nemesite. The Master-at-Arms reports that this is the 4th Nemesite to operate on the lower decks over the past few years. Excuse me. So your hiccup caused me to inhale a drop of spittle. The previous 3 were captured by enforcers and each openly identified themselves as Nemesite. The public executions evidently have no effect. People continue to rally around their hero as soon as the one emerges, and always believe in the invulnerability of their champion. I mean, honestly, I find it hard to blame them with how miserable their lives are. The Seneschal points out that all Nemesites act in the same fashion. Whenever the rabble is feeling oppressed, they step forward, serving as the spark that ignites the fires of sedition. They target the officers most hated by the workers for their strictness and adherence to order, with every murder bringing cheers from the commoners. The Voxmaster shares the rumors about Nemesite that abound on the lower decks. Some say he arises from the blood of oppressed laborers, some that he is the vessel's spirit of justice. Others still believe that he is an immortal hero. Such veneration makes it very difficult to capture the Riffraff's champion. Alright, well, I'm going to do the iconoclast thing, and I am going to give medicine and supplies to the people to calm them down. The unrest has subsided. While the serfs praise the rogue trader's generosity, the enforcers gloomily predict that the rabble will simply shed blood even more quickly and willingly the next time they find themselves lacking for something. During the warp voyage, the Navigator's Sanctum reported there are warp reefs right on the ship's course. The fragments of the Sea of Souls give in material form. The Navigator may either steer the ship past this dangerous region or risk approaching the ragged formation to gain valuable insight. I mean, we already did approach the warp reef. Do we stand to gain anything from doing it again? Let's try. Following the Lord Captain's orders and the navigator's instruction, the void ship approached the warp reefs. End the support of the rebel dude by making him superfluous. That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to steer things slowly because I think changing things too suddenly will cause chaos, both literally and figuratively. But I'm trying to slowly steer my domain towards being more compassionate, more merciful, because that is the kind of playthrough I've chosen for the stream. Past the sharp formations without brushing against a single one. No one on board noticed anything in particular, but it became a momentous event for the 6 navigators inside. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Okay. Should maybe be spending these a little more freely. The clan servicing the Void Shield arrays petitioned the Lord Captain for aid. Compartments were becoming overrun with putrescent fungal corruption. The mycelium claimed one chamber after another. That sounds like a job for the Inferni. Burn it away, right? The thick black spores poisoned the rogue trader's servants, causing their eyes to burst and their veins to swell until their skin ruptured. Ew. The clan was issued reinforced unirobes and gas masks so they could keep working while the soldiers burned away the infestation. Amount of time you spent after you ran out of insight trying to get the insight events? Yeah, I guess I'm a little too stingy with mine. God Emperor's grace, no perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. However, we've taken some damage. Tiny little bit. Okay, but it'll also only cost us 6 scrap to repair. So let's do that. Let's get fully repaired. What is this? Mizoa macro cannons. No, I think I'll keep the lance for now. I haven't really had a chance to use it. All right. Bastille there. Traces of a space battle. And the jungle world. Where are people? Let's investigate this first. Did I not investigate this the last time I was here? Lord Captain, there is evidence of a recent scuffle straight ahead of us. Throne take me, this is not a frigate, this is just a gutted piece of metal. Helmsman falls silent for a moment. Blimey, the culprits are here too. It's the Eldari freaks. I recognize their shiny asses from even this distance. Except, the Xenos are acting suspiciously. They are hovering in place and not even trying to run. Shall we approach or open fire from a distance? I'm sure Iliad will be happy if I just open fire on her people. Call off your people, Elentak. Something is wrong. The children of Asurian are dismayed, but doing something like this to a monkey vessel. No, we are not animals. I appeal to your prudence and the promise you made. Do not destroy my kin for the deeds they did not commit. Lord Captain, we have received a report from the Augur crew. The situation is unusual. The Xenos ship displays no biological or energetical signatures, even though it appears to be intact. According to the scanners, there is nobody on board. However, survivors are believed to be hiding in one of the compartments of the damaged vessel of the Imperium. We have also spotted some drifting plating remains that belong to a third unidentified vessel. Alright, well, dispatch a rescue team first and foremost. It will be done. Got some Xeno artifacts and some fuel. Did we get any survivors? Lord Captain, the scouts managed to rescue several emaciated officers from the wrecked ship. Despite their wounds, they were able to tell us what happened.
During a patrol, the frigate discovered an Eldari ship crossing the system and decided to immediately attack the enemies of humanity. The Xenos vessel proved too fast and skittish, but at one point its engines failed, giving the frigate a chance to attack. When the guns were aimed, several Drukhari ships suddenly pounced from the darkness. At first they attacked from a distance, but soon boarded the frigate and wreaked a bloody massacre on the decks. It is only by sheer miracle that the surviving officers managed to escape, locking themselves up in a hidden technical compartment that the Xenos had no use for. The survivors claim that the Xenos conspired and deliberately led the ship into a trap where it met its doom.
The Xenos joined forces to eliminate a vessel of the Imperium? An alliance between the Eldari and the Drukhari is an unusual sight, and yet such an outcome is hardly surprising. Why, Master Interrogator, I was thinking exactly the same thing. At last, you and I can finally agree on something. How blind are the monkey to the voices of their own kind. Humans attack a ship of the children of Asurian sailing peacefully by, but it is my kinspeople who are to blame? Iliad is beside herself with contempt and rage. And frankly, I don't blame her. No, my kin would not willingly take part in a massacre orchestrated by the Dark Ones and then abandon their ship. Something else happened here, something I'm afraid to even consider. Right, let's send some scouts to investigate the Xenos ship. Yay, Xeno artifacts! After several hours of tedious waiting, Victus gets back on air.
Lord Captain, the scouts confirm our earlier report. The Xenos ship is intact. Many valuable artifacts have been found inside, but neither the Eldari nor their bodies were discovered.
Komoro IKEA is gonna have a new restock of Eldari car. Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking too, Sanstail. The Eldari got by the Drukhari. But hey, we got a shuriken catapult out of it, which is no use to anyone. But we have it. We are late again, Elentak. Iliad's voice sounds faint and almost listless. Alright, have the acolytes of the machine cult identify the remains of the third vessel. The Voxmaster relays the order to the tech priests and promptly receives a reply.
Lord Captain, I am reporting that the hull fragments belong to the Drukhari Xenos race, but the presence of their ships in the system at this time has not been confirmed.
Alright, we've done everything we could. As you command, Lord Captain. What is this? Oh, yeah! It was the outpost that was running low on supplies. I gave them some supplies. I had forgotten about that. Alright. Go back to the expand screen. Do a little savey save. I know we've been to Nameless Star. So before we go here, let's spend 2 insight to make this route safe, and then travel there.
Lord Captain, an urgent report from the vessel's shrine. A group of unknown assailants have invaded his temple and plundered the incorruptible relics of your ancestors, slaughtering devout worshippers as they went. The high factotum is among the casualties. Had Master Montag and Mistress Sauerback not arrived in time. Fortunately, Master Danrock survived and remains conscious, albeit in great pain. He implores your ladyship to come to the temple and hear his confession.
His confession? And so it comes to pass, Kibella's somber voice fills the broadcast. I performed a reading of his tarot after the morning watch siren, but the visions sent by the Undying One were too indistinct. I saw rivers of blood flowing towards the bones of the dead, and a blurred figure laughing, treading upon the ashes of the fallen. It is now clear the Undying One desires me to follow the figure's tracks. Thus, my hunt begins. Alright, so we're definitely bringing Kibella. Actually, I don't even get the choice. I have to bring Kibella. Okay. Abelard, Cassia, Pascal, and Argenta, I guess. Yeah, I think that's my party. The usual. Yes, I very much do have a preferred party in this.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The Master-at-Arms is barking orders. Confessor Adalbert is murmuring a prayer, and the Infernus Master is circling the chapel with a keen eye, as if watching for a threat. Kibella quickly sweeps her gaze over the destruction, before focusing on the bloody footprints that stretch from the ruins of the reliquary. The High Factotum's velvet coat is streaked with blood, and Janrus himself is deathly pale. A Medicae officer is working on the black gunshot wound in his chest, and Janrus grunts faintly with every touch. He focuses his eyes on you with tremendous efforts. Forgive me for not greeting your ladyship with a bow. I must tell you, Nemesite has stolen the great relic. How badly is the High Factotum wounded? He's losing a lot of blood. The Medicae officer casts a worried look at you. I advise you to hurry. Master Danrock should be on the chirurgeon's table as soon as possible. I am holding on, your ladyship. Worry not. What matters now is that you recover the relic. The Factotum groans as the Medicae officer pulls the blood-soaked bandages aside and shakes his head dolefully. Some miracle preserved Master Danrock's life long enough that he might address you. His fate now rests in the hand of the Emperor. May he show mercy to this selfless man. Janrus, what happened here? Serfs in red headscarves burst into the chapel and started shooting. Their leader made for the relic, the remains of honorable rogue traders brought here from the mutant-solid crypt. And when I realized that the sacred ashes of your ancestors were about to fall into the filthy hands of a heretic, one intent on desecrating the glorious dynasty, no, that could not be allowed to happen. I blocked his path. Janrus briefly closes his eyes, gathering his strength. The bastard allowed himself a few vile insults against me, which I am obliged to omit. But I did not give in to the provocation. I was hoping to buy myself some time. Then this so-called Nemesite started reviling the customs of the ship, berating its officers and enforcers, before insulting the very name of your ladyship itself. I threw my gloves in his face and demanded a duel, but the honorless villain just shot me. He laughed at me, the depraved creature. He winces, either from a new burst of pain or from the memory of the humiliation he so recently endured. And then he committed sacrilege by stealing the relic and shattering the sarcophagus. Forgive me, your ladyship. I have failed to preserve the sacred ashes of your ancestors. Inspect the altar. Reliquary has been brutally smashed, and the bed on which the sacred ashes of past rogue traders and their servants once rested is now empty. Hold on, Janrus. I will not let you die here. Proud to serve the dynasty. Janrus's thoughts are becoming muddled. The papers, your ladyship. Have the clerk double-check the freight bills. I did not have time to get the seals. My will is in the left-hand drawer. Heinrich, did you see the attack? I did not. I was on my way to offer a prayer when I heard gunfire and ran as fast as I could. When I got here, I saw Master Danrock, and I think the next thing I did was just press his wound and spout curses. Heinrich looks at his bloodied hands in confusion. So much for being a heroic repairman. I wasn't much use, was I? I will strangle this Nemesite with my own 2 hands. May the Emperor protect your... Factotum's eyes roll back as his enormous frame gives a convulsive shudder. The Medicare officer snatches a syringe of stimulants and speaks decisively. Apologies, Your Ladyship, but we are taking Master Danrock away. He is unable to tell you anything more at present, and every second of delay could cost him his life. Yeah, absolutely. Get him to the chirurgeons. Heinrich watches the limp body of the factotum get carried away and chews grimly on the low stick that has appeared between his teeth. So what do we have so far? Master Danrock is on his deathbed, all the attackers are either dead or have absconded with the sacred relic, and the witnesses all agree on this one thing. Nemesite and his accomplices came out of nowhere and struck suddenly. Only the throne knows where we can find these bastards now. Like that dude, hope he lives. Yeah, me too! We will find them. Sauerbach's voice is full of terrible fury. We will turn this vessel inside out if we must. There is nowhere even a void rat can... There is no need. The blood's whisper will lead us to Nemesite. Kibella's words make the two exchange a puzzled glances. The blood's whisper. Did you perform another divination? Yes and no. His tarot guided me here and told me of the evil that lurked in the shrine. But beyond that, the bloody path carelessly tread by the raiders will reveal the truth. Is she saying they literally left bloody footprints we can follow? With all due respect, Spinner, the enforcers have already questioned all the witnesses and compiled an extensive list of evidence, none of which tells us anything about how or where the troublemakers calling himself Nemesite might have escaped to. Kibella, tell us everything you know. Kibella sharply turns to face the crimson splashes on the floor and walls of the shrine. Her pupils dilate, threatening to drown her irises in darkness. Her expression turns distant, her voice becoming low and strange. This blood is drawn in a pattern of retribution. The one who spilt it appeared later. They moved swiftly and furiously, numb to their own wounds. An enforcer who was drawn to the gunfire and witnessed the sacrilege? Probably. As for this pattern... Oh my god, she's Dexter. Kibella points to a barely visible chain of scarlet droplets. It was made in fury and desperation. The one who left it was wounded, but they did not flee. They fought back while they could, and then they retreated into the darkness. Kibella's eyes close, and she falls silent. Then she exhales sharply and points a steel claw. Into the darkness of the maintenance tunnels, hidden within the walls of the shrine. And you gleaned all of that from a couple of bloodstains, or did you have a vision? There is no need for revelations from the undying Emperor here. For one who has dedicated their life to understanding the tenets of the web, death speaks a language clearer than any words. Blood writes the chronicle of the final hour, and it holds all the answers. It speaks to me. It can tell me with what instrument it was spilt, what its owners felt, whether they struggled in terror or were as cold as the steel of a blade, at what moment and how the thread snapped. For a spinner, no two wounds are alike, and each scarlet drop carries a message from the undying one. So she is Dexter. She is Dexter Morgan. I'm glad she's on our side. Heinrich scratches the back of his head, smiling wryly. Alright, if the attackers have escaped through the maintenance tunnels, we can send in the enforcers after them. The technical corridors extend hundreds of meters in different directions. Nemesite and his men must be familiar with the tunnels and possess either a map or a guide. Without a clear trail, the enforcers risk getting lost and wasting valuable time, not to mention the fact that those narrow tunnels are perfect for an ambush. He's dextering. Yeah, she really is.
So we still have no idea where to find Nemesis. The tunnels only answer the question of how he left. Now death will tell us where he was heading. As if in a trance, Kibela leans over a body and peers into its eyes. He stinks of smoke, the smoke of singed coveralls, vile glow sticks, burnt sacred unguents, and charred meat. She slides a pale hand along the dead man's skin and snakes it under the sleeves of his coveralls, which she pushes back to reveal a fresh burn bandaged with a torn scrap of shirt. Her steel claws dig into the dead man's arms. Your wounds hold the answer. You dressed it carefully. Not inside the shrine. Before that. Something struck you, ripped the tissue apart, burned you, turned your hand into a worthless lump. It was not fire. No. Drawing a ragged breath, Kibela opens her eyes. The fury of the conductive charge. It has marked you, heretic. I recognize your wound, for I myself have encountered it on those I take to the other side within the plasma drive chambers. Plasma drive chambers? Are you certain? The Undying One has blessed me with the ability to see the truth in death. How can anyone doubt the revelations his blessing bestows? I can't say if it's worth drawing conclusions based on a conversation with a corpse, but if it is, then I concur with the esteemed spinner's findings. The Infernus Master spits out the chewed-up glow stick and immediately procures another. All that about burns, the conductive charge, the smell of cheap low immediately made me think of the plasma drive technical compartments. Makes sense to me. Sauerback, gather the enforcers. We will follow Nemesite's trails. Sally forth! No, Dominteophania, you must stay. You are the one that Nemesite has challenged, and those we hunt know you by sight. You will frighten away the prey, and we will lose the trail until the next tragedy occurs. Kibela's unblinking gaze meets your own. So what do you suggest we do, Kibela? I will go to the plasma drive chambers alone. I will track down the false champion and all who serve him, and I will prepare the grounds for your own hunt. Out of the question. An enforcer squad would certainly scare off the vermin, but I'm not letting you go alone, servant of death. You and I will go to the chamber together, and together we will bring down all who have dared to insult the Lord Captain. I'm going too. I have a couple of good friends in the plasma drive chambers, the nosy kind who know everything about everyone. Convincing them shouldn't be difficult, especially if I pull in a few favors. It'll be the three of us then. What a company! There's an awkward pause. Kibela takes a long look at the officers' faces before finally nodding her assent. So be it, but not like this. Much like your faces, your guises are too conspicuous. Kibela is right. It would be prudent to use a disguise. The enforcers will procure regular work clothes for us. We will carry only inconspicuous weapons that we can hide easily in our tool bags. It will help us blend in with the crowd. Before I depart to hunt for Nemesite, I ask the Domin to bless me. I pledged never to leave your side, yet the hunt demands that I do just that. Grant me this permission by performing the ceremony of twining. Kibela nods towards the altar. When your people have taken their leave, under the gaze of the Undying One, we will begin the rite. Sure, what's the ceremony? The rite of blessing for the sacred hunt. With it, the Domin casts their shadow over the path of carnage. Under your benediction, I will strike harder and tread more softly. Very well, the ceremony commences. With your permission, Lord Captain, the Infernus Master and I will take our leave now and set out to prepare for the descent into the chambers. We dare not intrude, your ladyship. Yay! More freaky cult stuff! Sit down now, Dominteophania, and listen. Let the ceremony of twining begin. Using a finely honed blade, Kibela carves an intricate symbol into the floor. She then produces a small bundle wrapped in incense-laden parchment and sets it alight. You are my Domin. I am your blade, and I am honed by your blessing. My arms are strong while your will is strong, and as long as the Undying One hears your prayers, my feet will go unheard. Her blade kisses her palm, and dark blood begins to trickle and spread over the bottom of the ritual cup that has just now appeared in her hands. With our blood, with our will, we shall spin a scarlet web, the symbol of the hunt. May it herald our prey's demise. What kind of part do you find by wandering around the forest at night during solstice? I like her. She's freaky and fucked up, and I like that. Kibella puts the dagger into your hand, and you suddenly feel how heavy your eyelids have become. Your heartbeat slows inside your chest. Her words linger, then rush through your mind in a deluge. The heavy scent of incense envelops you, makes your head spin. Alright, make a small cut on my palm. The pain gives way to a burning sensation as Kibella grasps your hand and squeezes it over the ritual cup. She's the right kind of 40k ritualist. Yes! I really like how the whole death cult thing is presented in this game. Both the cult itself and also how people react to it. Honestly, I love this game's portrayal of the 40k universe and the Imperium just in general. 10 out of 10. This new discomfort is quickly replaced again, this time by a dull numbness and the faint warmth of blood flowing from your open wound. The twining is the blood oath I have made to my lady. Kibella dips her fingers in the spilt blood and traces a symbol, first on her own forehead, then on yours. It appears to resemble a blade that is cutting through an intricate knot. Anoint me with your blessing, Domin Theophania, and may the ceremony of twining commence. Kibella's face blurs before your eyes. No matter how hard you try to focus and dispel the vision, in place of her face, you see a death mask, a broken skull with hollow eye sockets. May your fury and resolve be unshakable. One who follows the thread of the web fights not out of rage, but with a mind as cold as stone. Nevertheless, rage can become a potent weapon in the hands of a punisher. I understand, Domin Theophania. I accept your blessing. Kibella thinks for a moment. Your body cannot accompany us on this chase, Domin, but your spirit, there is nothing the spirit cannot do. The twining is complete. You and I are now bound by the blood oath. Think of me while I hunt, as I will think of you. Become a thought flowing through my mind. If the Undying One is gracious to us, he will send you dreams, and in those dreams you will see me. If he is more gracious still, those dreams will be truthful. I trust you, Kibella. Let us begin. You perceive a faint smile from beneath the death mask. Death mask? Death mask. I am sorry, I am terrible at speaking English today. Maybe it's because it's been so long since I played this, I'm just out of practice. I really feel like I normally do better. Kibella hands you the cup and begins tracing her finger around the bottom while whispering a prayer. Watch now, Domin Theophania. What does thy seeing eye behold in the converging patterns of blood? Draws your attention to the symbols she has inscribed. Mask of Desk. You see shifting images in the blood, a spider crafting a fine web, blurred shadows that could resemble either a swarm of void rats or an enraged hound, crossed blades, a card of the Emperor's Tarot, but as soon as your gaze lingers on any of them, reality bleeds through the fluid shapes. Soon your spirit will be able to follow me. I will bid the servants to carry your body to your chambers, where you will not be disturbed. Wait in silence and safety. For me, the hunt has begun. Gibella's footsteps fade away, melting into the same impenetrable darkness in which your consciousness is extinguished. So this ritual was literally to answer the question, but how did you know about the part you weren't there for? No, I'm not. Okay. Stale air, oppressive noise, the hum and whir of machinery drown out all thoughts. The place rings with tension. Is the powerful energy coursing through the cables, or have the wails of the workers merged into a cacophony of indignant whispers and desperate prayers? Lost, mired in petty troubles, unmindful of duty, their voices creak as if covered in rust, and their eyes are dimmed by the endless drudgery and lack of light here on working decks of the Domin's Great Ark. Do I want the answer? No, I'm just thinking out loud. I have seen it before. In these murky depths, people become creatures all too ready to devour each other for worldly gains, fleeting pleasures, or imaginary freedom from obligation born of the abyss of spiritual emptiness. The Undying One punishes them through me. Disgusting mutations, abominations, reflections of vice are born in these shadows, and I will be their doom. The thread shakes, the web is taut. I step silently. May the great hunt begin. The thread shakes. The quarry always leaves a trail. We may not see it, but we can feel it. I taste the air, the scent of fresh dye with a subtle note of sparks. This is new, pleasant. The upper decks reek of luxury, but here I feel comfortable. There is something else. This is it. I recognize the smell. Unguent, low, and burnt meat. Just like inside the shrine. The time has come to spin the scarlet web. The web is taut. Know the hunting ground. To find the enemy, I must listen. Inhale, exhale, inhale. The rhythmic beat of engines and pumps. That is the ship's breathing. That is the ship's heartbeat. Is it strange that I feel at home among the workers of the lower decks, who pass their time like the living dead? Warmth spreads through my chest. I like to think that it is the connection with which the Undying One bound my and the Domin's fates together. He has blessed us, and we hunt as one. I step silently. Darkness is our ally. Merge with the shadows. In the twilight of the chamber, barely illuminated by flickering candlelight, I became like them, the lost, mired servants. They will become unwitting allies in my hunt. Their hopelessness, their desperation, their thirst for survival will become tools for my use. This is just a visual novel right now? Yeah, kinda. So that's Heinrich and Jocasta. Footsteps. Two are coming toward me. Familiar gates. Those are the Domin's servants. Steel Mistress. I would not be surprised if the cultists set out on the trail of Nemesite alone. The spinners are arrogant. We are just another soul to them, a gift to offer death. Steel Mistress's voice is hard and cold, like her will. I can see in her eyes that she dislikes me. She is wary, and so she should be. We serve the Domin, not one another. Does this remind you of anyone at all, Jocasta? The man is enamored with fire. Even his words sound full of biting flame, and he himself enjoys playing with fire. Too much so. They bicker again, Their mutual animosity may disrupt the hunt. Alright, let's examine them. To the lay people, the two are now scarcely distinguishable from the common serfs. In a world where status and privilege are defined by appearance, a single piece of rotten cloth is enough to lower your standing. We will become spectral hounds and follow the trail without drawing attention. I am here. There she is. Welcome to the plasma drive chambers, esteemed holy assassin. You can exchange pleasantries later. Lieutenant Godierda is on duty in this compartment. I've ordered her to gather information on all the workers who wear red scarves and who have recently left the bay. This is pointless. The red scarf is not proof of guilt, it is merely a symbol. It could be a trap. I need to find her. I will watch the Enforcer and those who are watching her in turn. Your Enforcer knows nothing about life in this compartment, I guarantee it. I have a better source of information. A good friend of mine who knows a lot about delicate matters. It would be easy to get him to talk. He's terrified of pain and death. Only the faithless fear death. I will not trust him. Let him trust me so that his trust may become a snare for my hunt. I cut them off with a gesture. Their methods of hunting are not mine, but I take the grain of truth from their words and weave it into my plan. We need to provoke them into making a move. Oh, I actually get to make choices now. Instill a false sense of impunity. Convince them that they can and must act now. The Enforcer who answers to Steel Mistress is the symbol of order and obedience in these chambers. She is standing in the way. When she disappears, my enemies will believe it's safe to strike, and that will be a costly mistake. Intimidate them with an impending threat. Flaming Voice relies on a talker, one who keeps no secrets and fears pain. An unreliable vessel is bad for holding secrets, but good for spilling them. Through him, I will whisper lies to the enemy. Strike out the spark that will ignite the flame. I feel them lurking in the crowd, my enemies. They are cautious. I must find them and let them believe their luck. Then they will shed their masks and I will take them down. Such is my plan. They look at me in silence. They do not understand yet, but that matters little. I am on the hunt. Oh, and now I actually play as her. Hello, Whip. An old burn spreads across her body like a scarlet blotch. A look of content. A heavy baton covered in blood and symbolizing boundless power. Like a fierce leather whip, she lashes with both her hands and her gaze. What are you looking at, you beggars? You finish your shift, you go to the barracks. You start your shift, you check in with the foreman and go to work before Matilda comes to pat you on the back. And Matilda, I presume, is that wonderful, not at all intimidating baton on your belt. I guess our disguise is working, but I would rather not spend the next few watches in the medbay because of a misunderstanding. His breathing has quickened. Flaming Voice always makes jests when he is nervous or irritated. Do Enforcers infuriate him? In fairness, Master. Master at Arms. Apologies for not recognizing you, ma'am. Godierda, we are conducting an inquest. Answer the spinner's questions. I hope your reports will be useful. Whip, what can your scars reveal to me? Succeeded. Day after day she watches the serfs labor away, exhausting their last vestiges of strength. And there is no compassion in her eyes. They are simply a resource she is commanded to use and then discard. She hates them because she blames them for her pain, her wounds. Nothing is unimportant during the hunt. Tell me what you know, and I will listen.
A group of workers wearing red scarves were seen in the compartment just after the attack on the shrine. The foreman stated they were at work on the freight line. No gunpowder on their clothes, no fresh wounds. Too many of them have started wearing red masks, and it muddles the trail. But we also found some red scarves and bloody rags in one of the shredders only shortly afterward. We sealed off the exits and reduced the air supply to the maintenance tunnels to the absolute minimum. Now you can't stay in there longer than a few minutes without passing out. There is no way the bastards could have left the plasma chambers. They are definitely in here somewhere. Like snakes, the servants of Nemesis have shed their skin. The red scarf is just a distraction. Right, let the enforcers converse. I will keep an eye on those around us. The workers hide their eyes, but I can hear the murmurs echoing through the bay. There is an impotent rage in their hearts, directed at Whip, for she is the embodiment of the very order they despise. But why do they not realize that the enforcer is a shield as much as a lash? Some of the people I escorted to the other side looked at me the same way. In the past, I did not understand, but now... Do the lay people see spinners performing their duty to the Undying One, or enforcers performing theirs to the Domin as monsters? Do I sense the touch of his will? The Undying Emperor wishes to bestow a revelation upon me in this trying hour. Let his tarot show me the way. I breathe in essence made from the ashes and blood of the faithful. It enlightens the mind, granting the grace of reading his signs. A wave of epiphany sweeps my thoughts away, pulling me into a blessed trance. My fingers move of their own accord over the sacred deck and draw a card. It is the martyr. I see a tear of blood wash over the pale features on the image, and they shift, becoming Whip's face. A portent from him, the Undying One blesses me to take Whip. The minions of Nemesis fear her. When her soul is delivered to the Undying One, the traitors will feel invulnerable. They will crawl out of their holes and fall into my web. Okay, I guess the enforcer is getting killed. Just as a step in our plan. Sucks to be her, I guess. Anyway, we have ads about to start, so I will take a quick breath. Stretch my legs, use the bathroom, you know the drill. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back. are back. Ads are about to end. So let us continue. I know how Whip's thread will end. I cannot sever Whip's thread with a blade, for the serfs would recognize me as one of the spinners and lose all courage. But the spark of the machine spirits in the plasma drive chambers has already claimed the lives of many. I will use this, and thus the web will be spun. Okay. Attendant Overseer, Technomat. Attendant. Emergency repair. Oh, I didn't even notice. She's leveled up. It's talent and a skill. Okay, so talent. Acute pain is pretty good. That's only if they're suffering bleeding, burning, and toxin at the same time. We won't be using that. Maximum number of wounds depends on Medicae instead of toughness. Kill switch! Welcome on in! How is your week going? Let's see, toughness is 60, Medicae is 95, so that would be an improvement. Put a pin in that. Trail remains for one round. Nah, death is in the air. Nah, death warrant. It's increased. Yeah, let's get that.
Pizza time.
Week's going well. Finally done with all your exams. Oh, week and a half time off. Awesome. I hope you really enjoy it and really get, you know, well rested and recentered. How am I? I am doing well. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. That's for the ranged attack. Okay, so that could be what I'm taking. Ooh. Let's get deep laceration. Then for skill, how good is her Law Imperium? Nothing spectacular. Really good Medicae, Carouse. Let's go with Carouse. Oh yeah. Touching the orb is dangerous. You never know what's going to happen. Try talking to this fellow. I mean, I know what I need to do. I just need to figure out how to make it happen. It's the right command, Jägernaut. There's just not supposed to be a space between the... There we go.
The web beckons.
The web beckons. The lay people have huddled together like a herd being chased by predators. Faded gazes, bent backs, the crimson kisses of batons on their bodies. And yet shadows of smiles touch their dirty burnt lips as a strange pair, like a hammer and anvil, send sparks into the air with their words. What are those two talking about?
Then the lever smacked you right in the kisser. Ha! Give or take a tooth, this is nothing. Bruises, burns, cuts, that's just life. Just remind yourselves how you come home after your shift, having exchanged your ration card for a bowl of soup. How your little ones gulp that bowl down. How they fall asleep feeling a little better. I say that's worth a hard day's work, and a punch in the face. He smiles, broad-shouldered, with a rusty beard. He's not afraid to share laughter with others, and so the crimson shades from the beatings never leave his face. His voice is bright and sonorous and listened to. Not everyone here is as chipper and thick-skinned as you. A bowl of soup is great, he says. How about having to choose which of your 3 kids gets it? Is that great too? Beatings are nothing, he says. Remember when the enforcers broke your arm? Since you couldn't work, your wife had to pull 3 shifts. She collapsed at the lathe and the conductive charge burned out her eyes. None of us deserve that. Tough and unyielding. Every word hurts, but she's forgiven for her sincerity. They listen to her to pull themselves together, to share their common pain. I will come back. Hello, servitor. Beep boop.
Death walks with me.
Just gonna tell me to piss off, isn't he? Oh, an overseer.
Follow the threads.
I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but I'm gonna do it. Is this back here? No, this is somewhere. No, this is. Where did Whip go?
My visions showed this path, and many others.
Shock baton. And we need to find what's his flaming voice? Heinrich's contact. Heed these words and commit not the transgression of industrial accident. Oh my god. The little known subdivision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Omnissiah's Safety and Health Advocacy, the OSHA division of the Adeptus Mechanicus. See if anyone has fallen into my web. The news? Lieutenant got fried on the wires. A brutal end for a brutal woman. That's called justice. For every broken bone, for every gob of spit in our faces, good bloody riddance. Yeah, just as long as they don't pin her death on any of us. Frightened herd humming with whispers. In their eyes, fires of the... Okay. So where is the guy I need to talk to? Let's consult the map. Bitter, Spring, and Grey Hands. Can I talk to any of these? No. Oh!
Follow my steps.
What's this? Is that the same? Yeah, that's just the same. Okay. Okay, so I see loot, which means I have to backtrack, because loot is important. Grab all of that. Grab all of that.
The web.
And then I'm not sure where I need to go, but I will figure it out. Thinking maybe over this way. Thinking maybe I need to get up here somehow. Oh, there he is. I'm sure that's who I need to talk to. Long time no see, Spindle. Tell me, what does the silence taste like? Are they using a secret code? Without flaming voice, he would never even speak to me. Everybody knows silence doesn't taste like anything. If you want to earn rations, you better start dealing in words. He speaks casually, but his voice is slimy and slippery. His eyes are as dirty as an oil-stained garment. The impudence in his gaze and words when he turns them on us. He is unclean, and he knows it. He is unrepentant. That's a funny look, Heinrich, and you have a funny-looking company. Are you here to sell or to buy? And before you answer, remember the first rule. Every word has a price. Are we bargaining for information with this lowlife now? It is the duty of every serf to aid the rogue trader and her associates, freely and willingly. Oh boy, here it comes. Who's that with you? An enforcer and a spinner. Do you want me dead? If anyone sees me talking to you, they'll snap my neck. So off you go. The peddler of words is trembling in fear for his life. I must extract answers from him, but by what means? Alright. I mean, should I just take the sure bet? Yeah, let's just drug him. That seems like something Kibella would do anyway.
Fine, ask whatever you want, but then leave. My reputation cost me a lot of blood, and I didn't earn it to have it trampled into dust because you people happened to stop by. Nittler and Jägernaut, you guys are both accruing a lot of hours. Good job. One glance is enough for me to see your true self, Stain. You are a liar and a manipulator, peddling other people's secrets and not knowing how to keep your mouth shut. You will become the bait, sowing confusion among the minions of Nemesis who hope to wait out the lockdown. They think they have enough time? I will deprive them of that confidence. Where do things stand in the plasma drive chambers? Speak briefly, speak sense. We just had an enforcer die. I swear she did it to herself. Stepped right on a wire and riled up the machine spirits. You lot be careful now. There's a bunch of workers in the far corner who now gather between every shift, whispering to each other. They don't invite me, say I talk too much. Well, if they're scared of my tongue, that means they have something to hide. And of course, everyone's talking about Nemesis. Sure, the Foundry and the Chapel were big, but he's been helping people all over. A lot of folks are sticking with him now. You can knock my teeth out if I'm lying, don't got many of those left anyhow. But I'll tell you this, even if someone finds him, they won't rat him out. There will be a raid soon. Be careful. I warn you in appreciation of your cooperative nature. What are you? That information is not meant for his ears. What, really? I see. Well, if that's all you wanted, then can I go? Go, Stain, and be my herald. It's difficult to admit, but I do share the Master of Arms' indignation. We came here to get information about the traitors, not to reveal our secrets. When the renegades hear of the coming retribution, it will make them nervous, prone to mistakes, likely to give themselves away. But for them to take the bait, it must be compelling. Yes, I see. Now we go and we listen. The lay people are huddled together in a pile of sweltering bodies, filthy and battered by the enforcers' batons, reeking of sweat and disease. Their hearts pump blood faster and faster through bulging veins as two of them send red-hot sparks into the air with their words like a hammer and anvil. Again. Your plan appears to have worked, Spinner. The air itself is charged with something, and it's not the conductive charge. The serfs, they're stirring. Listen to the rapid beating of hearts. They're frightened, angry. They feel the impunity that sprouted like a weed upon Whip's demise. They feel the threat crushing them from the upper decks, both imminent and inevitable. What are they talking about? I can hear their whispers, insidious and deafening. No longer do they laugh with the others. No longer do they pretend. Enforcer's dead, and punishers from the upper deck will soon follow Nemesis' trail. This is our chance. We need to act. This is it. I can sense that the prey is close. They have little fear of giving themselves away anymore. They need a spark to ignite the flames, something that will convince Nemesis' followers that they are strong and that the Domin's servants are diminished. Wait for the right moment and then light the spark. They tell us this is how it's meant to be, just because they were born on the upper decks and we down below, in the darkness. Is it really the God Emperor's will that they grow fat on the fruits of our labors? Revel in luxury while we die without water or medicine? I mean, here's the thing. I kind of agree with them. I need to quell this rebellion, but at the same time, I totally get where they're coming from. It's just that the Imperium is a horrible place. No matter how hard you work, they will wring everything out of you and give you nothing. Who allowed this to happen? The rogue traitor, her name be damned, a grox on the throne, a tyrant throwing our bones into the furnace of her protectorate. Oh. And Heinrich couldn't keep it in his pants. Agree with the revolting indentured servants wanting freedom and lives? Yeah, I do. I really do. I am, in real life, I am of a somewhat slightly Marxist bent. I believe in the general idea that society should take care of and try to elevate its weakest members. And as a fiction, I love the Imperium because I like dark, grim, horrifying fiction. But if it were real, it would be very offensive to my sensibilities. And honestly, in my opinion, the sensibilities of any sane person. With me, there is a very huge difference between what I like in fiction and what I can condone in real life. And something like 40K is a great example of that. Shut your mouth, foul void dog. Flaming voice. No, it's too soon. I understand your anger, but you must temper it. What did you say about the Lord Captain? The one who gives you work, food, and shelter? You insolent deadbeats. I can see why you've gathered here, and I will not let you start another rebellion. Why are you reaching for your Voxcaster? If you do not disperse, I will give the order to vent the plasma chambers. You have 5 seconds. 4. The tyrant's lackey! If you do this, you will die with us, you madman! To protect the Lord Captain and the crew? I see you've never met an Infernus before. Their faces are twisted with fear. Will they retreat? Will they flee? Will the hunt be thwarted? No! A small throwing blade flies out of my palm and draws a scarlet line across Anvil's neck. If I had wished it, she would be dead, but she continues to breathe and to bleed, and to scream furiously as she looks for me. The rogue trader's assassins are here! Look, they wanted to kill me! Find the assassins! The spark is lit. The lay people press in from all sides, pushing and shoving. Their faces are ablaze with terror and rage, and a violent energy boils through the mass of bodies. This power will be difficult to contain. Frightened people are dangerous people. The hunt was meant to go differently, but such is the Undying One's will. Furnace. One voice rises above the others, the voice of a burly, bearded technomat, low as the roar of a furnace. Furnace smells of sweat and sacred unguents. He is not afraid, he merely pretends to be. Beneath the shudder of terror, I hear excitement. Do we deserve to be executed, my brothers and sisters? Have we not labored with the sweat of our brow? Have we not perished from the outbursts of raging machine spirits? Why do they call us rebels? Why are we being punished? Furnace's words makes the crowd seethe even more. Let's take a closer look at this guy. Strong, heavy, enormous hands whose blows should be feared. A great belly that has become a symbol of his success. He does not starve, so those who follow him will not starve either. A powerful leader, recognized by the whole pack. Think of Domintiophaenia. I turn my thoughts to her, for it is her people that are standing before me. What would she do, the one whose thread I anoint with my blood? Already you are rioters in everything but name, and then you ask why you have been shown no trust? My words frighten them, wound them because they are just, and that makes their anger swell all the more. Why are you surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? A new voice, Sandpaper Rough. I can't do a Sandpaper Rough voice without fucking my throat. Tears through the rumbling of the crowd. Its owner is ragged and filthy, and a feverish gleam burns in his eyes. His words inflame the people's minds like a rot feasting upon a wound. Rot cries out mockingly. That's because you're afraid of them, but they're not afraid of you. They have the almighty baton. All you have is the source of the power that feeds the whole ship. Why shouldn't they take you for granted? It serves you right, you cowards. His ugly shriek spills like venom upon the sweating faces as they slowly draw closer and closer. Sense the smell hanging over the crowd. I take a deep breath, and something stupefying, noxious, and luscious disturbs my senses. This is no ordinary odor, but something subtle and foul. It carries the same stench as rot. Skinny and scrawny, rot leer... Or does that say rat? That says rot. It says rot. Leers at me with his gaping mouth. He is a nobody who has nothing. His body has wasted away from disease. His hands are 5 fingers short. His fate is sealed. And that makes him convincing. Everyone knows he has nothing to gain for himself, and thus no reason to lie. His poverty is his armor. Address the one who commands these people, who possesses the authority to execute and pardon. Am I to hear her thoughts? The Domin takes care of all, for such is her burden, but she cannot save everyone. She only cares about her flunkies! The bile spraying from Rot's mouth sizzles in the workers' minds like acid. It is burning them through. We will not commit rebellion, but we will not allow ourselves to be slaughtered by villains either. The law and the Emperor are on our side. A young woman steps forth, slender and supple like a rapier. If they want to crush us with the fear of death, then let them kill us. It will only prove our righteousness. The ringing call is a command, pressing itself into their hearts. The foul stench of sacrilege almost knocks me off my feet. Look Rapier in the eye. She is fragile, but there is a strength in her, an authority, taken for granted and understood by everyone. She is clearly ready to command, with legions willing to die for such maidens, beautiful and resolute as they are. She carries no banner in her hand, for she herself is the banner. Let's see if we can sense the stench of blasphemy. That tantalizing, elusive scent of rage. It is more than a stench, it is a tool, the weapon of the despicable trio which they use to influence the minds of the laity, invisibly intoxicating their minds. The crowd reeks of flowering treason. I delve down to its roots and realize what it is that rejects his will so. His sacred privilege is being attacked. He alone chooses who may journey to him, but these 3 instigators, they are determined to make this decision for themselves, dragging the souls of all around into the fires of violence with them. She is the banner. I mean, she got a stick up her ass. That was a good one. That was quality. I give that an 8.5 out of 10. They are impudent upstarts who have put themselves above him and above me, the second spinner of the blood-spun web, his chosen servant. The realization of such audacity burns my very soul. Appeal to Domin Theophania, loudly and exigently. Noise around me drowns out my own thoughts, stops me from focusing on her image. Oh no! Death will claim you all, but not today, unless you are truly keen to meet its embrace. The crowd does not answer. They do not hear me. The sacred promise of death no longer moves them, for they have fallen under the enemy's spell.
They surround me, threatening, pointing fingers, cursing. They dare not strike, not yet, but already their enormous bulk presses down upon me as the smell of blood in the air grows thicker by the minute. This is hard. This is hard. I could just say lose myself in the dance of blood and just kill them all. But I'm kind of hoping to avoid that kind of an incident. What is my trader's homeworld and origin as archetype? See if I can remember the names. So she is a void-born noble who started out as an officer, and I don't remember the name of her second archetype. It's the one that's named something with tactics. Tactical mastery or something. Tactician. Something like that. It's not the strategist one, it's the tactician one. Stand firm and do not resist. Crowd presses forward harder and harder. My breath is growing short, my bones are crunching. Somebody is screaming in my face. I endure the stench. Master Tactician, that's the one. Alright, Sarbek, Montag, assist me. Words are drowned out by the bellowing of men looking to kill. Alright. Looks like I'm being railroaded. I have only one option here, so I can bear it no longer. The blades in my hands sing, and blood streaks across astonished faces. I am done speaking and exhorting. I merely dance on the thread that I have spun. I bestow death and blessed wounds. I catch a glimpse of Rapier's cloven face and Furnace's open belly. Rot's severed hand falls at my feet, and its owner flees howling. I dance, and I breathe so freely. That is definitely how Kibella sees it, Sans Tale. I was hoping for a more peaceful resolution. It did not go the way I had planned. The smell of blood lingers in the air like the stench of impending defeat. 2 bodies are sprawled before me. I have severed their threads. The third blasphemer has managed to escape, but his disembodied hand also lies on the floor. Useless meat. Thoughts of Domin Teophania crowd my mind, irrelevant and harmful though they are in this sacred moment. I do not immediately realize how foreign they are to the here and now. Why am I thinking about her? Right, what can these corpses reveal to me? Very little. The faint traces of the vile mutations that twisted their body. The foul stench of corruption emanating from their meat. The deformed, strangely colored brains in their crushed skulls that spawned the heresy of sedition. Blood for the Emperor. Skulls for the Golden Throne. I believe one of the voices for the Zealot class in Darktide actually literally says that. Are Flaming Voice and Steel Mistress still alive? Their threads have not yet been cut. I realize with astonishment that they are standing close to me. Flaming Voice is furiously reproaching all those who had only recently joined the revolt, while Steel Mistress booms like a siren, shaking her maul and threatening punishment. They are useless to the hunt now. What will the appearance of the survivors tell me? They huddle in the corners, ashamed of their own subservience. They try to convince themselves that the blood they so foolishly spilt would absolve them, but they know it is not enough. Right, time for the next step. A thrill runs through the strands of my consciousness. Is this Domin Teophania? Can I truly feel her again, or am I imagining it? I need to concentrate. I gaze at the puddles of blood and the patterns they form. I see a labyrinth. The Undying One has given me a sign. My hand finds the sealed case in which his tarot cards reside. It's time for a divination in the blood of the dead, to reveal to me the name of their unholy master. Thoughts of dumb Tiffania creep up from the shadows and leap at my focused mind like a predator. They claw at it, robbing me of my concentration. Why? I must not think about her. I must not wish for her to be near me right now. Oh my, is Kibella falling in love with the rogue trader? I will not resist. The image of Dom and Teophania comes into view, and I gaze upon it for an inexcusable length of time. I did not know that the bond between us would be so strong. The Vizier did not warn me how important and precious it might become. I give in to my weakness, and the confusion in my mind lessens. A stream of blood gushes across the floor, and his tarot cards lie on the carmine splatter. Everyone is silent and stares at me. I am reading the omen. Draw the beginning of the spread. The Hound. I gaze at the card and at its depiction of the Astra Militarum armored vehicle that bears that formidable name. The pursuit of truth, sacrifice, and victory. This is me, and I am on the right track. The Harlequin, inverted. Lies, manipulation, a shadow play blocking my path. But it is a lie exposed, a deception that must be revealed. End of the spread. The Preacher, a man who carries an idea and proclaims it. But who is it? Nemesite? One of his supporters? Someone already slain or someone still alive? The divination is unclear, and so I draw a fourth card. It is dangerous to ask more of the Undying One, but I must know. The Aquila. His holy image watches me from within the card, and my heart grows frigid with the knowledge of what it represents. The Undying One has manifested his omen in the traitor's blood. The hunt that has begun will be completed by the unveiling of a great deception. Our enemy is elusive because he has a powerful ally, one who espouses faith in the Emperor on this vessel. The ship's confessor is in league with the Nemesite? Yo! Dun dun dun! He will be the next prey. I should be thinking about the hunt, and yet my thoughts now lie only with the moment when I will stand before Dom and Teophania once more and tell her what I have seen. Will she be proud of me? Will she be pleased? Is this wrong? Anything interesting in my room? Don't think there is. I think for some reason it just wanted me to walk from my room onto the bridge, but I'm just gonna do this just to make sure. Also, before I walk onto the bridge, I'm gonna level up. I'm not gonna perform my ablutions right now, that would be silly. So, go here, and one rank of Master Tactician. We get a talent, and we get to up one of our skills. Okay, talent. Have some really good... I mean, against all odds, it's already really good. Rink of Death. Pretty good. Get an advantage, pretty good. I already have Nerves of Steel. Why can I not take Alliance? Because it requires a linchpin. Oh, Suppressive Fire seems really good.
Ooh, I'll take ally coordination. And I will just keep boosting persuasion to completely ridiculous degrees. I could level up everyone else. I'm not going to. I want to continue this. Abelard, do you have anything to say?
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
That's the throne. Let's go to the chapel. And who are we bringing in case there's a fight? Okay, so I'll bring Abelard, of course, my seneschal. Abelard, slap his nuts. Who else are we bringing? We are bringing Heinrichs. We are bringing Argenta and Pascal, I think. I think having an inquisitorial confessor might be helpful. Abelard, do the Gangnam Style. Bella extends a finger topped with a metal claw towards Confessor Adalbert. The divination has revealed that you stand beside the enemy, Nemesite. Speak only the truth before the Domin and the Undying One. Adalbert meets Kibella's words calmly, with almost majestic resignation. A defender of the people and a tyrant's minion are two faithful servants of opposing ideas. Two souls that have rejected everything else for the sake of duty. I now truly see that your collision with him was inevitable. Adalbert shifts his gaze to you and lets out a mournful sigh. I was warned about your visit, Teophania, as well as your purpose. Who alerted you to my visit? My son, the protector of those whose blood you feed upon, whose hard work has paid for your content life on the upper decks of the ship. I demand an explanation, Confessor, this instant. Your pet tormentor, who extols death, is right. I know Nemesite, and I assist him. Just like him, I am your enemy, Teophania. Adalbert raises his voice, and in the soft tenor you hear notes of accusation as deep as rolling thunder. And I am also the enemy of your cruel regime, where life is dirt under the enforcer's feet, where a man has nothing to eat, writhes in fear, and knows no hope. Sauerbeck clenches her fists until her knuckles crunch. You treasonous impostor! To think that I listened to your sermons and was anointed by your hand. You will choke on your words along with the teeth I am about to knock out. Adalbert dignifies her with neither a word nor a glance. I, too, desire a better life for my subjects. The path to that need not be violent. Let us make peace and change life on the ship together. Tortured doubt lingers on the Confessor's face for a moment, before being superseded by his former conviction. Even if your intentions are pure, you are too tainted, poisoned. No, the matter is clear. You or us. Peace and coexistence are impossible. Do you serve Nemesis, or do you command him? I follow him as he once followed me. Nemesis is my son, if not by blood, then in spirit. I took him in as a willful child, and I fostered the best in him. A passion for justice, the indomitable flame of a fighter, and unyielding determination. I have been preparing him for years.
You have raised a living instrument that serves a purpose without question. Kibella speaks cautiously, as if not entirely sure of her judgment.
Such is his purpose, to be the hope, to break the shackles, to end the centuries of torment that have passed aboard this ship. A great sacrifice for a great cause.
He falls silent, looking at Kibella expectantly.
You should be familiar with his ways, except that instead of a sower of freedom, you were raised to be an executioner's sword. What else were you lying about? One last confession? Why not?
He frowns and pulls back his collar, as if he was short of breath.
I am not Adalbert. That was the name of an initiate from a clan of confessors who passed away from disease many years ago. I was born in squalor on the lower decks, and at behest of them,
he falters, as if he wanted to add something else.
It was by the Emperor's command that I took Adalbert's place through deception, pretending to be him. The dead man had inherited much influence and many thrones from his clan, which hastened my successful rise through the ranks. But it was not for wealth and power that I did this. I accepted the burden of hard work to empower the common people, to pave the way for liberation from oppression and injustice. And my part is almost done.
Kibella whispers to you. I sense no lie in his voice or bearing, Domin. He feels and welcomes death with open arms. The moment favors us. We must learn more. He who betrayed his oaths will not deliver Nemesis to us, but from his words we may divine knowledge of our enemy.
How did your deception go unnoticed? You were not there for those years of pestilence. Confessors attended every deck and died in multitudes. New ministers were recruited in every port, at every station. Their names and faces blurred together, and we recognized our kin only by their robes. None who knew Adalbert's true face survived that time. The Emperor saved me from being exposed. Well, your liberation is rooted in betrayal and bloodshed. This is a war, Teophania. The war for our liberation, and we are willing to die and kill for it, because our enemy is brutal and deaf to our pleas. You have deserved it. He resolutely places his hand over his heart. Sarbak reacts to his gesture with due suspicion, sharply gripping her weapon, prepared to eliminate any threat to you. Are you hoping he will save you now? No, we decided otherwise. I am not worth him risking his life, so do not expect to capture him through me. My son has no attachments, for they would only make him weak. He will gladly sacrifice himself for his dream of liberty and equality, and I must do the same. I only grieve that, thanks to your efforts, I cannot be near my son and ease his burden.
Attachments makes us weak. Kibella's whisper is barely audible, and you see her face grow more dismal still. You made a weapon out of him, just as he made a weapon out of you.
So Nemesis is just a man then. Excellent. It's harder to kill a legend. The words of a tyrant inebriated with power and impunity. Nemesis is an idea, and you have the arrogance to believe you can kill an idea made flesh. It's better this way, so keep underestimating him. Any last words? The shackles will fall, and there will be nothing left of your tyranny, nor of you. Adalbert speaks without hatred. His even voice is that of a martyr on his way to glory. Kibella, it was you who found him, therefore it is up to you to pass judgment. Kibella takes a step forward and makes a straight, sharp, sweeping gesture, as if crossing Adalbert's figure or severing an invisible thread. Death has whispered your name, betrayer of vows. The judgment of the Undying One awaits you. You seem to have mistaken my humility in the face of death for submission, Adalbert smiles weakly. It is not for you to decide my fate. I will make the choice myself. I will surrender my life in the fight for our future. I will die, but I will take you with me. He clicks his fingers, and the initiates who have been standing humbly around turn in your direction, their white robes opening to reveal a variety of weapons. For Nemesis, brothers and sisters! For freedom! Lord Captain, this is an ambush. They've been waiting for us. Sauerbach's shout hits your ears, drowning out hurried footsteps and the clanking of guns, of gun plasteel.
Submit and you'll
Okay, so
die
what are we dealing with here? You have a chainsword. Looks like you have a chainsword as well. He has a flamer. And my party is just completely lined up to take a flamer to the face. Nothing I can do about that. Okay. Abelard is up first. Okay, I can only deal with one of these. I think I'm gonna get rid of the sharpshooter. Can I charge him from where I am? No, I can't. Okay, so I'm just gonna walk up here. How much do glasses cost in the Matrix? Good question. I don't know.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Okay.
I will do
Enemy.
my duty. It will be done.
Place for impact. Most distraction on Argenta. Slap this guy. Okay, I have 2 left. I can endure. And I can taunt
At your
him.
beck and call.
There we go.
The Sire's song guides me.
Okay, he's about to be dead.
Brace yourself, Babylon! The angels will reward us.
My faith shields me.
Okay, Pascal. Guess we're gonna get rid of Initiate Zeke. Okay. Mark him as prey. Analyze him.
You know, I got into hentai like actually relatively recently. It's kind of like a new thing that I'm just into.
Grim! Welcome, good to see you. Actually, Nittler, if you're still watching, can we get shoutouts for Jibby and Grimspace? How am I? I am quite well. I am quite well. I am killing the priesthood aboard my ship because they are filthy rebels. that apparently want people to have things like rights and freedoms. We can't have that. They think I'm being too oppressive. They are actually completely right and justified. But I'm not gonna tell them that. Alright, 2 left. That's only for shooting, right? Yeah, that's only for shooting. I think instead we're just gonna do a sweep to put some bleeding on him. And turn. Excited for our co-stream. So am I! I am really looking forward to the Wait, our co-stream? When are we co-streaming? Grimspace? Because I thought we decided to not co-stream because we couldn't get it lined up with Bouncy's dance. Okay. Argenta. Why does she have no movement points? Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna dash over here.
That is not the Emperor's will. This is unacceptable.
I guess something has immobilized her. Yeah, she's immobilized. She got shot with a Weber. You bastards! Let's see if we can line something up, Grim. I'd be happy to play something with just you. Guess I'm just gonna get rid of this guy.
I'll do it.
Or, you know, just miss most of my shots. Furious Recycle, of course. Can't move because I'm immobilized. Activate raid. Let's talk on Discord, Grim, about finding the time. Because I already have 3 other team-ups during the 24-hour stream. So we need to find a time slot that doesn't overlap with any of those. Guess that's turn.
I feel nothing.
Now
Fear
Kimbella.
nothing.
Think. Let's see. That's Heinrichs. He's fine to fight there. I think help is needed over here more than
A
anything.
dance of blades and shadows.
Pain resonance. Okay. Captive audience.
I shall
Blade dance.
Let your soul be purged.
And then we activate Merciless Verdict. No. We activate Where It Hurts. And then we strike.
As attended by the web.
Takes quite a lot of damage. And then I could move back to where I started my turn. I don't want to do that. I think I'm just going to end there.
We bring deliverance.
It cleanses the body.
That place right there is just begging for a grenade.
I'll live another day.
Okay, Teophania. I could just huck a grenade over here, but... Okay, who do I really want dealt with? He's not in a position to hit anyone. I think I am going to give... Serve me to Heinrichs. Voice of command to Heinrichs. Bring it down to Heinrichs. So then let's Heinrichs cast Word of the Emperor on everyone but Kibella. Then cast Hammer of the Emperor. And then hit this guy.
Nothing stands against me.
And that is his bonus turn. And Teophania. Does anybody need to get back in the fight? Argenta could use getting back in the fight. And then break their ranks on Heinrichs. That'll kill him. Get rid of the Thunderhammer. And get up into cover. Oh shit, I played through an ad break. I completely missed that ads were happening. That is my mistake. Now, you have an auto pistol and a power pick. Kinda wanna initiate Zeke down quickly. Even if it involves walking into fire. Go over here. Gonna iron arm myself. And I'm going to psychic force him.
Lord Captain.
Okay, he'll be dead soon. Then Shield of the Emperor. Do another Voice of the Emperor. The Word of the Emperor.
For the throne's glory.
Oh, and I can also invigorate. Great. Invigorate on Argenta. Who has taken the brunt of the beating. Ah, Pascal's pretty beat up too. Flame those two, that's fine. Did that actually kill this guy? No, it didn't.
I'm done with this one.
Just a minor setback.
Alright. Kinda wanna push Adalbert. But I need to get rid of the sharpshooter. If I go here...
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed.
One enemy, regular slash. To kill. Can I then charge him? I can! Perfect! Most distraction here. Too far. Guess we go Argenta. Most distraction. And endure to tank.
I won't go down easy. Deliverance. The dire song guides me. Is part of the trial. The angel will reward us. Only the faithful will ascend.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Okay, now Argenta can actually move. I want to put her here.
Rejoice in battle.
Make
I'll
you
do it.
pray.
As
Great
the
call
Emperor
the
commands,
bold.
I act.
First
Faith
fire
without
down this
peace
lane.
is a threat.
That's 2 dead.
Doubt is for the
Run
weak.
and gun. Ah,
was hoping I could get up here, get cover. Oh well. Just move to here. And then burst this guy. Didn't kill him, but he certainly felt that.
I will not die in dishonor.
Bella. It's going to use Death Waltz here.
Not the righteous spirit. May their blades be sharp. Let your soul be purged. The other side awaits.
Alright. And then for her actual turn is going to Death from Above to here. Oh, that took out them both. She hasn't even spent an action point yet, which means weapon swap. Because I also equipped her with a sniper rifle. So we put Merciless Verdict on. And we do a Deadeye shot down to this guy. Oh, he dodged it. You bastard, how dare you? Teophania. I don't want to move out of the fire. Novel idea, I know, to not stay standing in the fire.
Not a problem for me. Already done.
Target well struck. Gray hair, sure hand. Inspire on Avalon, and then bring it down on Avalon. Then Avalon puts Sworn Enemy, then slaps his nuts. Avalon, slap his nuts. And he slapped his nuts for about 50 damage. And then Taunting Scream. Make himself the priority target. Is the Domin's turn done? Heinrich's. What's even left? She cleaned up over here, so we have this guy. And the Confessor? And that's all. Alright. So Heinrich's. Everyone, step aside.
Huge nut damage. Yes. Absolutely. Let's do that, I think. Oh, we also have this guy. But that's just like a 30 HP insurgent, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Let's see to it.
That again. Do Psychic Force. This will kill. 118 damage crit. Holy shit. Holy shit, biscuits. He's too far. Otherwise, I could charge him. Charge to here.
But of course,
Just to here, just to reposition a little bit.
I've suffered worse.
Did he just skip his turn? What the fuck happened there?
Indeed. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Pascal. Get out of the fire. Get an opportunity attack, that's fine. Analyze. Mark as prey. Anything else? No, that's it. Put some bleed on him if this doesn't kill, but it does. Beautiful. Mark him as prey.
piercing shot with the toxic needle. Ah, missed. Oh, I completely missed this guy.
Vengeance will be swift.
God, Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Yes, that overpenetrated into the Confessor, just as I was hoping. Revel in Slaughter, which will take the cooldown on Run and Gun.
Guided by faith.
Go here. Call the Bold.
As
Shoot
the
this
Emperor
guy.
commands, we can escape the
Yeah, there
Emperor's
we go.
judgment.
Alright, Jocasta didn't die.
I feel nothing. Fear.
The battle is over, and silence descends once again upon the chapel. Flakes of ash whirl quietly in the air before coming to rest on the blood trickling slowly across the floor. We now know much more about the enemy. Gibella ponderously runs her finger along the flat of the blade. About just how deep the poison of conspiracy runs within the veins of your ship. But the blood-spun web has wrapped itself around its base too tightly, and Nemesis can no longer hope to escape. Her ruminations are interrupted by a furious hiss. Sourback snarls a curse through her teeth and spits at Adalbert's smoking remains. Her left arm hangs limp and her face is mangled by shrapnel. Lord Captain, we have a prisoner. She points her weapon at the man standing hunched over in pain. Permission to finish off the cur. Down with the tyrant. The broad-shouldered initiate who calls himself Zeke clutches a deep wound, glaring at you with hatred. I have questions for you, traitor. I doubt you'll like the answers. Were you serving Nemesis for a cause, or simply for money? He promised us freedom. Alright, where is Nemesis' hideout? Even the Confessor didn't know where it is. He was afraid of spies, or giving away his son's secrets under torture. You see, you can't get to our champion. Are there any other senior officers helping you? Officers? Ha! There is no one else among them who is pure. They only care about power and gorging themselves on the scraps you throw them, or else they would have long since turned against you. Zeke can barely finish the sentence before he's beset by a torrent of gurgling coughs. How many more of you mutineers are hiding on my ship? I want to know your names, where you meet, everything. The Confessor said every compartment had people who fight for our cause. They promised to take me into the circle of our most devoted believers. Then I would know, but even then I would tell you nothing, not even under torture. Very well, I've learned all I need. The Initiate looks at you sullenly. They were waiting for us. It was a trap. Yes, Lord Captain. Adalbert had been warped, yet he chose not to flee. Instead, he stayed behind to set a trap for us. Did he really believe this madness would succeed and he would somehow survive? He did not want to survive. His only hope was to kill. Nemesis managed to turn his adoptive father into a blade pointed squarely at the Domin's throat, just as Adalbert himself had once turned the Nemesis into a weapon. Neither of them feared death. Too much evidence points to Nemesis being a Kellermorph, a special Xenos unit bred for subversion. A Kellermorph utilizes the discontent of the masses and incites them to revolt, with the end goal of removing local rulers loyal to the Imperium and installing gene-stealer cultists in their place. This creature wears the mask of a populist leader, one who inspires the mutinous rabble. It will not stop until one of you is dead, Teophania. Oh! Interesting. Now let us decide what to do with our surviving traitor.
Do not kill him in vain, Kibela shakes her head. Those who follow the tenets of the web know that, just as we serve death, so does it serve us. Allow the death of this man to become an instrument in your hands, Domin. Pass off the traitor's body as that of Nemesis. Instill fear in his supporters. The enemy will be forced to act to undo this deception, exposing himself in the process.
That sounds like a really good idea. We'll do that. We'll make certain the lower deckers believe their hero to be dead. We will leave the body to hang for a good long while, that the hopes of the mutineers may rot along with the corpse. That is one traitor dealt with, Lord Captain, but how many more have been poisoned by the false confessor's heresy? A new spiritual shepherd must be appointed quickly to banish any mutinous thoughts sown by the traitor from the minds of the crew and strengthen their faith and obedience. Without the ship's confessor, the rabble will begin to whisper that the Emperor has forsaken us, and such doubts will only play into the rebels' hands. Ooh. I will appoint a loyal crew member who is known for the strength of their faith, someone the children of the void will recognize as their own. We do not want any outsiders. As you command, I will order the chapel to be restored as well. Defiant Valkyrie gained the ability Blessed Shields. Shield strength on each side of the flagship is increased by 10%. The sermons of Confessor Zierman has inspired the crew to defend the vessel with all their might and devote greater efforts. Nice! I will send agents to every deck. The next time Nemesis rears his head, which I am certain will happen sooner rather than later, we will be one step ahead of him, and not the other way around. Sauerback staggers away, and your gaze turns to the motionless Kibela, staring at her own reflection within a pool of blood. Is something wrong? I am thinking about Nemesis, my adversary. The more I learn about him, the more I see a vague reflection of myself. A twisted reflection, perhaps, but all too familiar. Like me, he was forced to tread the path of servitude from an early age, stripped of anything that might stand in the way of duty. A champion and a zealot, left with nothing but an idea, forged and tempered by his mentor. You're different. He is a murderer, but you understand the true value of human death. This is true. Like a puppeteer, he pulls at the threads of other people's destinies, tangling and severing them. When I cut those threads, it is only as the Undying One commands, with timely precision. I must stop Nemesis so that I might save your subjects from premature death. She looks away, but then turns back to you as if remembering. Domin Teophania, our conversation is not yet over. Please stay with me for a few moments. There's something I want to ask. Kibela makes a ritual gesture, but you notice her fingers tremble. Domin Teophania, you need to know about what happened. You and no one else. During the divination that revealed Adalbert's betrayal to me, my trance was interrupted. Instead of converging on a single point, my thoughts were thrown off the intended path and I lost my thread. She looks up at you with distress in her eyes. What distracted me were thoughts of you. Kibela's down bad. Yeah! That is quite the confession. You have submitted to an opponent who didn't even land a single blow. How does it feel? Her brow furrows. You've chosen a poor time for jests. Through training and abstinence, my mind has been shaped to be impenetrable to outside influence. And still, you forced your way into my mind's eye and put the whole ritual at risk.
I was able to restore my trance and banish all thoughts that didn't belong. But that this happened at all is still worrying. You are dear to me, more so than I first realized. But my duty is to serve the Undying One. What if... She falters, and then looks at you intently. What if your presence in my mind, in my labyrinth, goes against the tenets? I doubt the God Emperor forbids our bond. Kibella's arrows narrow into slits. Careful, Domin Teophania. Not even you can presume to speak for him. His designs are unfathomable. The best we can do is read the signs and hope that our service pleases him. Domin Teophania, our fates are connected. We walk the same labyrinth. Tell me, what would you do if your mind's worries were to dull your resolve and mar your spirit? I would accept that the appearance of someone important in my life was bound to throw things into a bit of disarray. She lets out a quiet laugh. Your life is in enough disarray as it is. Still, your ability to exist in pandemonium without losing sight of your goal deserves some praise. With the confusion of an all-powerful being having obscure rules, but that apparently leads... Well, how can anyone be sure? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sans, you basically just summed up one of the biggest problems of just religion in general. Kibella gives you a look of painful doubt and tenderness. Enough. Let us go back. Before she turns to leave, her fingers wrap around your hand and squeeze it passionately.
My ears are ringing.
Hey, level ups. What is this? What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, to pray. Premarital hand-holding? I know. Filth. Absolute filth. Alright, while we're here, let's just level up the people we currently have in our party. It's only going to be one rank for most of them. You get a talent and a common talent. Alright. Enduring Shield is so good. That is so good as well. It's only in a 2-cell radius around him, though. Do I want to get anything else? No. Minus 20 weapon skill and ballistic skill for enemies within 5 cells of him while he's braced. How does he get braced? Through unyielding beacon. No, I don't really know how to get braced. One full-on best defensive play for the party is throwing Abelard at the biggest clump of enemies. Yeah, I could definitely see it. What is braced? Is that only when I do brace for impact? I don't remember how to get the braced. Gotten through very early, even starting ability.
I'm thinking it might be the brace for impact. Yeah. Navy officer grants the brace for impact to each ally in a 5-cell radius. Effect lasts for 1 round. He starts with 1 charge, then when his wounds drop below 50, and each time an ally falls unconscious. So that's like, if the fight goes well, I only get to do it once, and it only lasts for 1 turn. And then for 1 turn, I could have Stentorian voice. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want that. Let's get Taunting Opportunity. That one's good. Then a common talent. Could get a characteristics training. Could get like 5 points of weapon skill. Let's do that. So enemies move away, take an opportunity attack, and then they are now taunted and have to attack Abelard anyway. Literally made food, got so caught up in another task, forgot you made food. Now it's not hot anymore. Oh, that sucks, kill switch. Is it, just a thought, is it food you could easily throw in the microwave? Or in the oven? I mean, most plates are oven safe. Alright, choose ability. I really like defensive stance. That. Provocation. I'm gonna reheat it in the air fryer, see how it goes. It's chicken, so it should be fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. I don't really have any experience with air fryers. I don't have one myself. Light of the Empire. Whoa! Oh, that is really good. Let's get that. Let's get that. Skill... Lausinus, definitely. Choose a talent. We will give you... Let's see if we have anything Psycha... We're not high enough level for Psycha Terminus. Ability. Good. Oh, that's not great. Subtle manipulation. Ooh, confer immunity could be good. Can critically heal. Let's get that. Let's get the ability to critically heal. Then common talent. Oh wait, could I get that? I could get that with my regular talent. Let's take something else here. And then for this one, we take Pulse of Life. And for this one, take Resilient Beacon. There we go. Magenta, 1 rank. The Inquisitor as a healer. Yeah, I mean, not exclusively, but that is definitely a part of what I use him for with his biomancy. Alright, whenever prey is killed, the agility reduced. I mean, that means less dodging. That could be good. It's the armor. Oh, that's really good. So her critical hits reduce armor. Let's get that. And skill has 80 demolition, 50 awareness. Let's get more awareness on her. No matter what, I can always heal them before they die. I don't know if you're just making that up, Sans, or if you're referring to what I'm about to say, but he actually says something along those lines when you first meet him. He actually explains exactly that he uses his biomancy to heal people so they last longer in interrogations. So just know that if that's something you just thought of, the game agrees with you. Alright, talent and common talent? No, talent and skill. You can skin people twice, yeah. Mobilize a stun target. Yes, and ruin. Ooh, yes, let's get that. So piercing shot drains armor. And let's just keep pounding his tech use to completely ridiculous degrees. Alright. Man, we've been going for 4 hours. I think we're gonna wrap it up. Oh, that's a heavy flamer. Thunderhammer. Don't need more than 1 power pick.
Join me in prayer.
She is not strong enough. Yeah, she needs 20 points of strength to wield that. Which I guess means that if I got her the heavy weapon proficiency talent, then it would only require 25 points of strength. Then she could wield it. Huh. What is the difference between... Oh, setting the targeted area on fire. Got it. Let's see, 2 for stream, 3 for spray. 1 for stream, 2 for spray. So there is some advantage to a smaller, lighter flamer. It's less unwieldy. That makes a lot of sense. Did we loot everything? No, not quite. Don't need more than 1 of these. Don't need more than 1 of these. Keep 1 Weber. Probably never use it, but doesn't hurt to have. Alright, we are done. And I think, yeah, wait for the Enforcer's report. Which will probably happen after at least 1 more jump. So let us head up to the bridge and save. Oh. Rebel sniper rifle. Let's keep that. Target of the worst ranged attack fails a toughness check, inflicts ooh. Bridge, please. That enemy finder, I think, has to go on Argenta, if at all possible. Instead of the first aid manual. First aid manual can maybe go on Abalon. Yeah, better than the Chirurgeon's manual, I think. Alright. That is actually sick on her. I really like that. Before we wrap up and raid out, let's just get these guys leveled up. Just, oh, all I get is a talent. Hyped for Northern Bear stream? Hey, Fan of Light, welcome! You mean the 24-hour stream, the team up with North? That will be exciting. Okay, so she is an assassin. But I think more than that, she is a psyker. There we go. You get a talent. Let's see what we've got here. Let's get kinetic module. During your first turn, you use to cause some demons to pop up and mangle you, so you're rationally against using offensive psychos in combat. I have not had a serious warp manifestation happen yet. I'm pretty cautious with it. And I guess I've just had good luck as well. Ooh. Get that. Get more fellowship. Let's get... What does Overwhelm do? Minus to ballistic skill, less rate of fire, and less weapon skill. Less movement for melee creatures. Ranged creatures will try to get behind cover. That is pretty good. That's pretty good as well. We're gonna get the Overwhelm stratagem. We're going to get, I guess, Law Imperium. Yeah, Law Imperium. And we're going to get Crossfire Zone. There we go. And finally, Iliad. gets a talent. What's Bringer of Doom do? Yeah, not great. Not great because I want to stand still. For every 10 damage dealt by the attack, also deals 1 extra direct damage. So that's basically just a 10% damage. Yeah, that's just like 10% extra damage. Let's just take that. Tons of damage. Again, this is a real problem having this many party members, because I kind of want to use them all. Less so Idira, but everyone else I really like using. Alright. It has been 4 hours, and I think it is just about time to wrap it up and raid out. So...